Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hope we're all doing well. It is 3:47 p.m. May 17th, 2023. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day today. We're gonna get into some FiveM roleplay once again. Today we have some court stuff, a lot of court stuff actually. Like this is gonna be a long day. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna be a long fucking day. So we have a bit of stuff. All right. So we have 2 meetings that are gonna be long towards the end of the stream in about 2 hours, 3 hours, and we also have a short plea deal case that I'm gonna hear, as Austin cannot do it. And this plea deal case is... let me just toggle streets. This ugly ass compass off my screen. So we have case number... let's see. San Andreas versus DJ. It's a murder trial, I believe. Not entirely sure. I'm sure I'll be briefed once we get in. But that's in 9 minutes. So I don't have a long time for some of this shit. I do not have a long time. And then we have a bunch of meetings. So usually it's my goal to get some clothes things set up. And that is going to be my goal today. I would like to get clothes preset. Get a good suit. I'm probably going to get my judge robes this time. Where's a good clothes store? I'm just thinking. Yeah, I'm going to have to get the 168 because there isn't one in Sandy proper. That'll delay me a bit. Ooh, but I could take Sonora Road and be fine. I don't know DJ's actual name. Is it like Dion? Like, everyone just calls him DJ, but in a core aspect, you don't. Devontae Jenkins? Definitely Jenkins. Does this paint spray work? Can I, like, change my thing so I can fix my rear glass? I thought I fixed it the other day, but I guess it's just visual. Mr. Jenkins. Now, you need to have a full name. Dude, we need more paint sprays, man. I feel like there's not enough paint sprays because they're all in the city. It's actually really annoying. Wait, what am I doing? There he is. Yeah, I feel like there's not enough of those. Alright, so we're gonna go in Kong. There we go. So we'll grab this one. We'll make sure we got it saved. We have 10 minutes. So really we have 5 minutes. Let's see. Casual dressed up. Dude, it's always a brown vest. Blue vest. There we go. Alright. Let's hope I don't crash. If I crash, I'm gonna be really upset. Alright. So I need to get my car pre-prepped. I'm gonna put it in the same spot. The outfit, once again, the outfit that I'm wearing is not the one that's gonna be in the bag that I'm gonna be placing. I have a bag in my trunk that I will be grabbing and bringing it to my location so I can do a quick swap of the outfit. Just so everyone in stream is aware. And there will be a slash scene down that I should be able to interact with, even though that the Slash e-checking has been broken. So yeah, I think I don't want to store my car in the same place every time. And if I had a little bit more prep time, I would absolutely like get a fucking motorcycle set up in a train area, you know, get all that shit, just because like it's a lot easier to do that. So I'm gonna store it somewhere nearby. In fact, I might even store it in the area that I like go through. Might save me a little bit of time. I'll show you where. Good on gas. I really don't like that my windshield, my rear thing is broken. And I don't have time to fix it. I'm trying to play like 3D chess here with myself. What is an arraignment? You're gonna see what an arraignment is because we're going to it right now. So an arraignment is a pre-trial where before the trial you have like a mini trial, and at that mini trial you discuss when and where the big trial is going to be, unless you come to a plea deal. Now, plea deal is like guilty, no contest. So not guilty plea would bring you to a full-fledged trial, and you'll decide what times you're available to do that. And guilty, like a guilty plea, then you would be like, you know, that will be done. You'll be discussing terms, and hopefully you would discuss terms beforehand, because, you know, that helps everybody out. You know, if I wanted to be super hardcore, I could put my vehicle up there. Fuck! Damn police. I'm gonna wait for this red. Yeah, I can't realistically store my car when they're doing that active of patrol. And also, I really should be better at notifying people that I need a bailiff. Well, technically I don't, but it's nice to have bailiffs and stuff. Yeah, I think I think that's an area of improvement to be made. Now you're waiting for red lights, really? I saw him there. Yeah, so I was thinking about bringing my car in there. I can bring it in there from one side or the other. Very worrisome, though. I don't like this. I don't like change and shit. I don't like being rushed. You know? This is weird. Bruh. Dude, that shit's so loud. Okay, I just need to come up on an angle. The hitbox of this fucking truck is ass. Alright, we're going back to default. Yeah, no, we won't default. Oh, fuck! God damn it! Look at this idiot! Fuck's sakes. See, I told you they can fucking hear it from 60 years away. Nah, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna wait until you leave. Here, go ahead. Dickhead. Oh, man. Dude, there's nowhere good to park your car. Fuck's sakes. Can I get a green? Like, hello? Why is my... And of course my fucking keys are stuck in my hand. I think out of every bug in the entire server, I hate that one the most. Like, genuinely hate that bug so much. It's so annoying. Especially when you're doing the setup. Like, I don't even know how the fuck it happens. Dude, who is in that fucking car? Christ. Is there any way other than refresh skin to fix this bug? Oh, man. Unfortunate. I didn't preset my fucking outfit thing anyway. So we get the chase this time, we're gonna end up shooting somebody.
Who's gonna be our judge for tonight, huh? Yeah, I think that's Mr. Mr. Verdin or Mr. someone else. I don't even know.
Any bailiffs? Alright, everyone can be seated, please. Alright, defense, why don't you go ahead and tell me why I'm here?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Arthur Kane for the defense. Currently, DJ was being charged with a couple of crimes, and the defense.
Can you say his full legal, please?
My apologies. It's Desmond Jenkins, right?
Desmond?
Sorry, Your Honor. It's Desmond Jenkins. He's being charged with a couple of crimes that I'm sure the state will have for you. The defense and the state have agreed to a plea deal. And again, I'm sure the state will be able to provide the
Really put him
details
on
of
the
that
spot
plea
there.
deal. And the defense is willing to enter a plea of guilty in response or in return for the conditions listed out on that plea bargain.
All right, thank you, defense. Prosecution. What charges are we looking for? Or looking at?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there a way you could get a microphone? It's kind of hard to hear you.
If one of the officers has a megaphone, that'd be great. Today's just not my day, I guess. Thank you.
Stop fooling around.
Stand the fuck up.
Please be seated or I'm gonna kick you out of my courtroom. If I see anybody fucking around, I will not fuck around myself. Thank you. Alright, go ahead. Prosecution.
So for today, on the case of C032901, San Andreas versus Desmond Jenkins, the state is prosecuting the following charges: 3-1112 unlawful discharge of a firearm, 3-1203 possession of CDS cocaine, 3-1201 possession of a CDS, 3-12.
Okay, whoever's saying that, can one of the officers go and detain that person, please? We're gonna get him in contempt.
The one with the curly hair.
What? That was not me. That was not me.
Yep, that's him. Get him.
All right.
Get him detained, please. I want him arrested for contempt of court, please.
I
Thank you.
believe we're gonna have to reschedule in a court case later then. Sorry. So following is, would you like me to resume from 3-1209 or?
Yes, please. And also list the amounts listed.
Oh, sorry. Are you regarding to the
Cocaine.
sentencing?
I'm
Oh,
regarding
yeah.
to cocaine.
1 moment. Let me grab that off the case file.
I guess the verb is I hold you in contempt. Court.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. It was 1 brick of cocaine.
Okay. Continue.
So 3-1209, possession of a CDS, intent to distribute. 3-501, first-degree murder. 3-606, threatening public official, and 3-701, kidnapping.
Jesus.
So we've agreed to the following terms and sentencing recommendations regarding this case. The defendant is waiving any right to expungement, concealment, or appeal of sentencing laid out in this agreement. They affirm they have been provided adequate counsel. They agree to a probationary period of 30 days, requiring a weekly meeting with the probation officer, consent to any urine, hair, or blood analysis for the purpose of substance testing, searches of the person, property, or vehicle for any contraband within the felon's possession, securement of lawful and stable employment, completion of 15 hours community service with a state-registered business, department, or organization,
15 hours is a
and
lot.
any violation of those probation requirements resulting in a period of 90 months imprisonment. They agree to pay a total fine of $10,000 with an outstanding balance of $6,600. They agreed to serve 1 day imprisonment at Bolingbroke Penitentiary, and they agreed to provide a full, remorseful apology and admittance of guilt during their sentencing hearing.
Which is now. Okay, do you have the write-up that you can send in the Discordia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Give me a moment. Joseph Nimes, defendant Desmond Jenkins, pursuant to this. Defendant waives any rights. So, I have a few questions for the prosecution. He is being charged with first-degree murder. How did the fine come to a $10,000 number?
During negotiations with the representative for the defense, we came to an agreement that we would want as little jail time as possible due to the defendant already serving a very long stint, as this case was repeatedly pushed back on the trial date. As such, agreements were made to reduce jail time and instead prefer other alternative methods of reparations and rehabilitation, which was in the form of fines and probationary period.
Okay. I stand by for a second. Officer, or someone in the gallery with a bat, if you could tell them to put that in their car, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so how long were they in prison being held for? In, real time.
Unfortunately, I'm not too sure. I am aware
The
that
defense
it was...
might know. Defense, do you
Yeah.
have an idea?
Your Honor, it was about 2.5 weeks that he was in prison. Translates.
Okay, 2.5 weeks. And who was murdered?
1 moment. That would be a Devontae Walker.
Just give me a moment here. You can go back to your desk. Okay. Prosecution, you can step forward again. So, is it your opinion that due to the time spent in the jail system of the Bolingbroke Penitentiary, that this subject or defendant should be let off with being fined due to the amount of charges listed for the actual amount that would entail with the charges?
Your Honor, regarding this, I would say the sheer amount of time that was spent in jail would really constitute the fine. In this case, the District Attorney's Office does recognize the service to the community that additional jail time and fines would serve in this case. We do believe that an additional fine on top of the $10,000 agreed would not serve any additional assistance to the community or reparations, or assist with the rehabilitation of Mr. Jenkins. We believe that his community service and time on probation would be better suited.
Okay. And the community service amount, that is 15 hours total. And probation is 30 days, which is a long time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's to offset the sheer amount of fines and jail time that would initially be present, as he did serve the jail time. As long as Mr. Jenkins can show that he has improved over these 30 days, we see no reason to keep him in Bolingbroke any further than necessary.
It is my opinion that due to how long Mr. DJ here has spent in the prison, I disagree with the him serving any extra time, including that day, as little as it is.
Regarding that, Your Honor, we have the day just as a administrative means, so that way he can actually be reprocessed as a convicted felon, so that way blood and samples can be collected properly once on site. As a felon, there are additional processes to his incarceration. Before it was a simple holding, but now it would be an actual incarceration.
Was he not fingerprinted, DNA swab, DNA tested when he got brought in for first-degree murder?
He would not have been if he was only held for a trial. If it was a full incarceration, they would have took the DNA swabs.
So, while this is probably a little bit too complicated to achieve, would it not be easier to just have a member of law enforcement bring him down to Mission Row, do all the administrative things that needs to be done, add it to his MDT document, his profile, and then just send him on his way? I think it might be a little bit redundant to give him even that day. I understand it's a little bit of time, but 2 weeks is a long time. Could we find an alternative to achieve what you're doing without having him serve any more time in Bolingbroke?
We could have him brought to Bolingbroke, processed, and as soon as he is actually within the confines of Bolingbroke, he approaches the front administrative area and is just let out. So that way the processes are still completed by Bolingbroke staff, who would have the tools, but it's still not that one day.
I would prefer if that is done. So on for the fines, and the specific fine of $10,000. How was that calculated? Like, where is that $10,000 coming from? Is that specifically from first-degree murder? Is it a subtotal? You're taking a bit from each?
For the fine, we based that off initially the sum total, but then, of course, we had to factor in the sheer amount of prison time Mr. Jenkins has already served to reduce it. In the end, it was negotiated on a fair bit with the defense, so I unfortunately cannot provide you the specific math, but the details. The goal was to show some signature back to the community that Mr. Jenkins' incarceration would provide further, in which case this is a repayment to the state for the assets that would have been spent during his arrest and procedures.
Okay.
So the better part of the fine is, in purpose of law, is to repay and serve reparations to the state, rather than serve any punishments.
All right. I would like it noted that I will nullify the fines from under general provisions A, B, C, D, F, and G, and have the full fine amount be 3501 from first degree murder, not the total of all the things concluded. The basis on that thought process is that I don't feel right having someone plan to murder somebody, conduct it, and have that reduced at all. While this isn't a change in the fine total, it is a change on where that fine number is coming from, and that will be solely from the first degree murder charge. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I was just saying that I'll make that noted.
Yes, and I would like that noted on his record if possible. Now, as for the final number 6 point, we can do that right now if you would like. We missed it last time. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's both of our faults, but I don't think we should miss it
I
today.
take the fault for that, but yep, the state is prepared for the defendant to proceed with that.
All right, proceed.
This thing on. Hello,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. DA, Mr. Kane, citizens of San Andreas. DJ did a horrible thing on that day 3 months ago when I shot Officer Deputy Walker in the face in front of Sheriff Tedson and Lieutenant Frank. DJ is very sorry. DJ regrets his actions every day. This has changed DJ's life, and DJ will never commit a crime ever again. Is that good?
DJ, can you remove your glasses, please? Stop clapping, gallery. Thank you. All right, Mr. DJ, I have a few questions for you, if you would remain at the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, well, we have already decided, the prosecution here has already decided, the defense has already decided that you are going for a guilty plea. I do have some questions. Generally, when someone decides to take another's life with premeditation, it is a very serious issue. And I just want to understand that this isn't going to be something that happens again. And if you could assure me on this not happening again, that'd be great. Because
Mr. Your Honor, I would never make my worst enemy spend the amount of time DJ did up in prison.
Yes, it was a long time, and I, on the behalf of DOJ, do apologize for how long that took. But you know, it happens, and maybe it's justice that you took a life. You lost a lot of time into your life. Maybe that's how it works out. I have nothing further here. I agree with the plea agreement. The additions will be noted by the prosecution. I think this is fine. If no one has anything else further, court is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely
Your
not.
Honor.
Absolutely not.
Can you just stay here until he leaves?
The public, that's not this kind of courtroom. That's not how this works. Okay. I love this roleplay. Come in.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes, officer.
So, that person that did the charging of contempt of court,
Yes.
I want you to know he was charged with it. He is also a public defender.
What's his
and
name?
Applicant for BCSO. His name is Roxanne Cheddar.
Okay.
So I told him that's between you and him to handle from that point, but I just wanted to give you a heads up about it.
What class is contempt of court?
Class 6 felony.
Good to know. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll speak to him about that. Obviously, he was out of line there, but we have some specific policies around the breaking laws when you're a PD.
Yeah, he was charged with the felony, and by the time we would have gotten into MRPD, he probably would have been out of jail at that point, anyways.
Yeah,
So
and
he just got hit
just
with the
for
fine
your
on it.
report, if you missed anything, he gets contempt for the court for refusing what I stated, which was fuck around and find out, really.
Yeah, the tomfoolery that he was committing in from the gallery,
Come in. Yeah, so.
Afternoon.
All right, we'll leave you guys to it, and we'll be on our way.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, appreciate it. Have a good one.
So,
Gentlemen?
can you imagine why you're here? The individual who's taken away is a defense attorney that is needed for a case coming up.
Who was taken away?
The man who was taken away for contempt, that's a defense attorney.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that's Roxanne. Cheddar.
I was just made aware by those two fine officers. He's already out of jail.
Is
yeah,
he?
Yes.
we have a case with him coming up, and we're just wondering how to proceed further. I've been having repeated problems with him, so I'm not even really sure how this.
He said the same thing about you, in fact.
Really?
He brought up that you were bad-mouthing him to other people.
I explained how. Can I clarify that right now?
Yes, please.
So I had an individual come to me just for a recommendation on what to do further, and I advised him I was not acting in any way as their attorney, but I was just giving some blanket information proceeding further. I said I would recommend Arthur Kane. I could not recommend him because I had not seen him in court, and I could not recommend, I did not recommend the other attorney. I didn't mention the other attorney. I was just, because Cheddar was currently in the city, I advised him I could not recommend him. I recommended Arthur Kane. I specifically said that, and I explained this later to Mr. Is it Cheddar? Cheddar,
yeah.
that I don't recommend someone unless I full-heartedly believe in their abilities. And when I say I don't recommend someone, that is me saying that I haven't seen them, or I'm not putting my word on the line for them. That's not me saying I disagree with them. And I explained this to Mr. Cheddar. That is me saying I have not seen them before. It could be whatever. But I recommended Kane specifically because I've seen Kane operate. I've seen how Kane does it. At this point,
So, in the future, what I would recommend is having someone stand at the door and make sure that people aren't eavesdropping.
you should also be expected for attorneys not to listen in.
Yes,
Especially,
indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
But also let it be known that maybe there's a better phrasing you could have done, even though you didn't know that you were in mixed company at the time.
yeah. Well, hopefully the DA's office will be getting a separate building soon, which should help alleviate that a little bit.
That would be nice.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some locks for our building. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
That would also be good.
I've also had problems with Mr. Cheddar yesterday. I called him to confirm that this upcoming case, there was no interest in a plea agreement. He picks up the phone, and he hangs up on me. I say, hello, District Attorney Joseph Neiman, and he hangs up. All the while, he's clocked in, taking a paycheck, hanging up on the DA, trying to discuss a case.
Jeez.
Yeah, that sounds great. Well, it's hard for me to disagree with you considering the bullshit he just pulled in my fucking courtroom.
Yeah,
so
that
I'll be
was-
having a conversation with him. When is this thing scheduled for?
It's at 10:30 Eastern, I believe.
Jesus
About
Christ.
4 hours from now.
Do you guys need me, or Kane, are you going to be handling this?
I'll be the judge there.
Amazing. Is this going to be your first case as judge?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Feels
You need to
good.
get in those full robes.
Yeah.
We have them too.
Do we?
Yeah, they exist. I just don't wear
Yeah.
them for arraignments because it's a little bit too formal.
To be fair,
Mm.
these are arraignments coming out. They're not an actual case, but
Yeah.
It's an arraignment of a. Kane, you can close your ears, but it's a shut and dry case. Is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But something I will say, peer to peer, since we are now equals, is you run arraignments whatever the way you want it.
gotcha.
Come in. If you want to run it sloppy, if you want to run it super clean, up to you, brother.
Probably gonna end up being pretty clean. I'll be
I
honest.
run my arraignments really sloppy. Go ahead,
Yeah.
DJ.
All the officers just kind of left. Do I go to
gosh.
prison myself?
Oh,
Sorry,
wow.
did you have to
There
I'll
was
What?
nobody,
contact them
They
for
were
it.
there's nobody here. There's no all the cops left. Like, should I
What?
meet them there or something?
Are you contacting him, Kane?
Yeah, I'll contact them.
Christ.
The plea agreement's been shared with you through the system, so you can slap your signature on it. I
Yes.
put the changes in red, so they were indicated which ones you requested to be changed.
I'm not seeing actually a link. Wait, where did you send it?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to send you the link. Apologies, there you go. We haven't gotten a lot of cases recently. It's kind of dropped down. It's a bit sad.
It has.
Well,
Finally
apparently,
get active DOJ.
someone was telling me that they got like 5 cases, but they forgot about 3 of them, and only 2 even made it anywhere.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Need to recruit some more public defenders. Some better ones.
Apparently.
Having bad public defenders is fine,
Yeah.
because you can
Better
teach
than
them how to be better.
Yeah. Also, someone can always go private and just make all the money. You got one person private, and it's
I mean,
cheap.
I would prefer some
Where's he at?
prosecutors.
Courthouse.
I think he's somewhere there.
He's on
So
here.
I'm taking the Bolingbrook and
Just
Yeah, take him to Bolingbrook, fine him 6,600, and then immediately release him as soon as he gets up to the front.
so just kinda-
6,600. Let me note that.
you'll
'cause they
probably
can
need
pay
to
me
set
that.
it as a month, so that by the time you reach the
you
phone,
said 6,600.
Yep. Wait, what happens if they do it so it's 0 as a time? Will it still send him?
No.
No.
Okay, no, yeah. So,
So
send
does he just need to be fined then?
6,600 1 month, and just once
Yeah.
he gets up to the front, let him out.
Yeah, he'll be let out anyway. It's not a big deal. It's just a
Yeah.
formality.
That was the reason of the day, is so that it.
Yeah. It was originally set to a month, but the day is just it seemed better. But yeah,
Mhm.
it's just the point of the processing.
Yeah,
It's
in
all the
future,
exact same.
just
Mhm.
for your note, whether this helps you or not, it doesn't really matter to me. I will never lower first degree murder as a fine. I only allowed the fines and stuff to be lowered to the extent that they were due to how much time the
Yeah.
defendant spent. But I just want it noted that I don't like lowering charges like first degree murder, second degree murder, and third
Yeah.
degree murder.
For this plea agreement, they were very lax because of how long he spent.
Yeah.
It was really just. I'm sure if the numbers were ran and if he was out working, he would have paid off his fine in the 2 weeks he spent in prison.
At least, if not 2 or
Yeah.
3 times over.
And
Because
also, I think there's also precedent for increasing the fine amount for that charge specifically.
Yeah.
10,000 is really low.
It will be. I have some information for the DOJ meeting I want to talk about on that.
Yeah.
Right.
So do we.
I feel like almost multiplying, and we'll say this later, but like multiplying it by all across the board, multiplying them all by an amount would be helpful.
Yeah, I need to talk to the mayor and see where our authority lines are because there's certain
Oh.
things I can do and certain things I can't.
I've been told judges have final say on all the laws unless the SCOTUS steps in.
Yeah, we have final say, but that doesn't mean we can propose them. So
What? You
like,
can't- you-
I'm not sure. So like,
yeah.
take what I'm
I
saying
think-
with a grain of salt.
Or I think it was that they had all control over, like, the mayor has to go to the judges, and the judges, I don't know. That's what I was told.
Maybe the mayor. Well, I'll figure it out. Then
We need
I'll
we need this
give
stuff to
people
be
information after.
codified. Is what we need.
Yes, we do
Yes.
need this to
There
be
ne-
codified.
There needs to be codified of the process of handling a new case, like who are they being advised, who is finding out first, needs to know like what's the order, it's stuff we all know but needs to be written down, so if everyone here disappears and they need to be replaced, they don't just come out to an empty system.
Yes. Always have it better for the next people who take control.
Yeah, that's why in my DA's office, like, we have a full drive. Everything, like, templates are all set up, and we're not dumping them out into nothing.
Alright, well, we're gonna have a lot of shit to do here in a bit. It's gonna be an interesting day.
Yep.
How long is that away in hours? It's like an hour or two?
The meeting, it's 3 hours, I think.
Yeah, because we got law enforcement 30 minutes before the DOJ one.
And then I think we're gonna meet 15 minutes before that, right?
Yeah, sure. We
Alright.
can do that.
And then we got a case an hour after that, and then
Yes.
another hour after that.
It should only be half an hour after that, isn't it?
Is it? Wait. I thought it was.
I tried to
9
put it so that there wasn't much time, but just enough time for everyone to get set.
I actually made a note. Yeah, 10:30 then 11.
Okay, good, yeah. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
want... It shouldn't take too long. It should only take 15, 20 minutes, really.
Yeah, just show up, say how much you want bail to be.
Yeah.
And then pretty much. Oh shit. But yeah, it's fairly easy, just an arraignment.
Yeah. Good old arraignments.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Hopefully less chaotic. That gallery was very annoying.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk with the police, or, well, we're gonna talk with the police at this meeting, and there is, like, I think it's Sergeant Jardine with BCSO that's looking into getting an actual bailiff unit, or
Yeah, do let
subdivision,
it
or
be
whatever it is.
known that I, myself, and we need to improve how we tell bailiffs shit's happening,
Yeah.
as they're the last people to know.
They also
Good.
they also could use a uniform too. So
I
then-
feel like normal deputy thing. If someone wants to put in the work
Mm.
to get a new uniform, I'd support it, though.
I mean, all I'm saying is there is technically a uniform that's available from the base city, that is a Department of Corrections one.
That's
That-
true. That's true.
I mean,
that
as
would be nice.
it'd be a little nicer than like the
we
raincoat.
have a Department of Corrections one custom somewhere here.
Really?
There used to be a Department of Corrections,
Someone's just got to track it down.
so it'll be very easy to find. I promise you.
Oh, nice.
But it's if it's worth it or not, because like we had a working Department of Corrections previously. It was incredibly hard to maintain, as how boring Department of Corrections is. So if it's just like a subunit for bailiffs and transporting,
Right.
I'm sure people would love to like opt into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was it. I very much enjoyed that case. That arraignment. That one was fun.
How's the sentencing?
Yeah, I just call everything arraignment. It's easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed that.
There's like 14 different things, and they all pretty much run the same.
Yeah, basically in my mind, sentencing, expungements, all that, they're like mini trials. So I just call them arraignment, and then the big trials is the actual cases.
Yeah.
That's how my terminology works anyway.
Well, that's another I get to move out of my case information.
Yep.
Nice. Alrighty. Verdin, are you able to share me those, like where to actually get, or how to actually get those robes?
Oh, they're
Um,
under the coats and jackets.
Well,
You
yeah.
just gotta scroll until you see them. They're very obvious.
If you come with me to the clothes store down the street, we can sort that out.
Okay, that'd be awesome.
And don't worry, you get.
What was that?
You're getting one in here in the next city maintenance.
Good to know.
That would be amazing. I need to get some food from this vending machine, or I'm gonna die.
That vending machine pretty much makes the most money out of the entire courthouse.
Yeah. I'm so happy that I requested that to be put there.
Were you the one that did that? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it's just because we
Jeez.
had someone die in the courthouse. I'm like, this is stupid.
Yeah, I remember a while back,
I was
It
kind of hoping I
terrible.
was gonna get one in my office, just to be super lazy.
Oh, out of curiosity, when it comes to that information
Let's
that came
go.
out with how ADAs and DAs and PDs are supposed to treat clocking in and out, was that coming from you guys or was it coming from SCOTUS?
Wait,
It was not coming from SCOTUS, but SCOTUS did not comment on it when I asked them about it, which means
what
it's
was?
fine.
Wait, hold
Because
on. What now?
at the meeting, I'd like to rediscuss it because I am seeing problems with it. At least in practice, there's a little bit of issues.
Yeah, I'll have some very good counterpoints against that, because you know, it's really hard to make money when you don't play very often or don't be around very often.
Yeah, yeah.
What we're
It
referring
wouldn't-
to, Kane, is that I've been telling people to not worry about the whole clock in, clock out thing, as that we are always on call, 24/7, like actually, like literally 24/7 in most cases. It's like you get a call, we go. Lawyers and the district attorneys are even worse for this because they're more. So, you know, as an acting government job, as it is a government job, you should be getting paid every time you're around.
Right. I wasn't saying like go back to how it was before, but like establish it so that there's times where you shouldn't be because there are times where people aren't going to be on call.
Yeah.
Is there?
Well,
If you're at a coffee cafe and then, you know, you're doing your thing and then someone pings you, are you not gonna go?
Fair point. But then at the same time, though, if somebody is, say, I don't know, out in the middle of the ocean, they are not easily accessible at that time.
Yeah,
Once they
but
get
if they get a
back-
message, they're gonna drive back. That's
Mhm.
my whole main point. But also,
Right.
like, I'm happy to hear this point because you're probably right that it needs to be a little bit more specific. So you know,
And-
we
and
cannot
also,
just have super rich people.
Why would people go private as well? There's no reason to go private right now.
I mean, you're right.
I think it was Jones or Jenkins. I forget what the other PD's name is. He was gonna go private, but then he realized he's not gonna get paid half as much.
Oh, are you talking about Dimitri?
Dimitri, there it is.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Like, he's gonna make a fucking killing right now.
Like at least with PDs, you can there is options for PDs to work. Like I do know PDs who do have second jobs or are working as well. Like it's not more of a blacklist thing compared to DA. That being said, I did establish these rules myself. I shot myself in the foot with this, but I don't know. I would like a bit of, I at least discuss it during the thing.
Yeah, because currently, you know, DAs and all that, that's all under DOJ.
Yeah.
So all our money comes from the same spot, which is the EFID at the moment.
which is what, sorry?
The EFID. That's
Oh,
where all
yeah.
our money comes
Void.
from.
Makes sense.
Which is why I have $119,000 and I don't know where to put it.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
Buy a house.
No, it's not mine.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
bail money. Or it's not bail money, it's plea deal money.
Oh.
we
yeah,
don't
that.
We don't have a.
You're supposed to
area
give
you
it to
can
the
use?
mayor.
Why
they
not
actually have a
just
thing.
like have police fine you an amount so that it takes from your account and goes to? No, I guess it'd go to the
But
police.
it's
then.
not the police's money. That's what
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Because
I-
I took that from the police because they find it and I took it.
One thing would be nice is to find a way for. I don't know if this is possible. Find a way for like my office to be able to have like a boss thing so that I can hire and get my own DAs without having to say, "Hey, judge, I need you to get on and hire someone right now."
Well,
so
it's
I can get
actually
food."
it's
See,
actually
we
a
Oh,
go
yeah,
with
sorry,
hey
it's the state-
SCOTUS.
it's
very-
Can you get on and
SCOTUS.
hire someone
Yeah,
right
very
now?
yeah,
easy
exactly.
solution. It's just you make both job sets a boss.
I think we are a boss. I just don't think we have this boss circle.
I don't.
It used to be
That's the
able to
issue.
third eye the laptop, but I lost access. I don't know.
Well,
We can figure it out. Make some requests.
we'll see if we can't get someone around to talk to.
Yeah.
I've also heard a topic being discussed. Like I was in with the people who renovate SCOTUS's buildings about possibly separating PD so that way they're able to show up on the phones themselves.
Wait, what do you mean?
Which, like, so on the services app,
Oh, you mean public defenders?
Splitting them
Oh.
off from the main DOJ job,
Yes.
so they're able to be contacted.
That,
That would
or
be
if
awesome.
it would specifically tell you like what jobs are available, what
You
job
can't
sets
because
are on.
it uses grades. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, all three should be separate for the most part.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, per my own understanding of what I've been taught from case, district attorney are supposed to be, and they're not at the moment, but are supposed to be onboarded by the judges. But technically, to my understanding, district attorneys are under judges, as well as public defenders, as well as prosecutors. That's
is
the
a
way
bit
I was
iffy.
taught how
Yeah.
our system works currently.
Yeah.
So I don't know like where that is. I don't know what problematic is with it because you got to remember, like every time you split stuff up, it just takes more and more manpower to have people running stuff.
Right. But at the same time, though, you need a DA to have ADAs. So there's always someone running the district attorney's office. When it comes to the PDs, you have a fair point. It's hard. You don't really have a lead PD or anything.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
I'll make this point then. So if the district attorney does something illegal, who punishes them other than like police?
Well, the judges do because we can strip our licenses,
Yes.
Yeah.
That I think that
right?
was the.
But that doesn't mean
specific
they're
point.
under us. It's the same thing that we could charge police with crimes, but they're not under us.
Yeah, maybe
Also-
there's conversation about that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's also why I need to get another ADA. I have one, but I lost one, so I need to get another.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
kind of just joined and then immediately left. What happened? Just not enough time?
No, something in life, and she also didn't really know anything. She was just there to learn and didn't really have time to learn anymore.
That's fair.
So I need to find myself a new ADA, but to be fair, right now, it's not a big rush because Lucius is
Mhm.
pretty good. He's learning very fast.
Yeah.
That's
It's oh, there we go. There's some more money. Thank you, Mr. Atkins.
You got shit! I thought you were talking about. You
I
got
was
paid?
just getting
I might check.
from I was getting paid from the thing we just did, the guilty plea.
Oh, yeah, but even then, that brings me back to my main point: is that while he who shall not be, sorry, I'm gonna whisper actually, because you never know. While he who shall not be named was hauled off to prison, was still clocked in taking a check. So that wraps back around to you have times where you're completely unavailable, that you can't really, and at that point, should you still be
It's
clocked?
like, hey, I'm at your job when you're going to fucking jail, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Or hey, don't be going to jail.
Yeah, I have
But-
specific things about when they go to jail, so I'm imagining that after this case, because it's a very specific thing, that he might have his bar license suspended for a week.
Yeah, that would be good.
That's just something that maybe since you're here, Kane, that's something we can actually discuss,
Works with me.
because I'm not sole judge at the moment.
I would be intrigued to see the arrest report if there's any additional offenses that were committed. Because as far as I'm aware, they weren't searching people.
Mhm.
So bringing the firearm.
That's once again
Yeah.
my fault, because I
Well.
didn't get bailiff set up.
Yeah,
preemptively.
yeah.
Yeah, I spoke with Jardine, so hopefully he's able to get police to help out for the next two cases.
Yeah, but we still got to do
But
our
yeah.
job and let them know that it's happening.
Yeah.
If you have anything more, DA, I'm happy to walk and talk to the clothes store up the street, unless you
Uh,
need to go somewhere.
I have nothing to do. I'm completely free for the next 3 hours.
All right, let's go take a walk, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three
it's nice
men
to
in
see-
a suit, walking up the street, no cars. We're gonna get drove by. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
We're supposed to be getting a garage soon, which will be nice. But I own a car. I own a Durango. I didn't pay for.
Yeah,
Oh.
I paid for my shit. I grinded the hell of cab.
Damn. Sounds like you didn't write a justice reform plan like I did.
Yeah, I literally said to them after, I'm like, hey,
Plug on your
like
foot.
I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't, be buying my own car, but I did.
Well, and part of the big thing is we're blacklisted. I've said this a million times. We're blacklisted from having any jobs or investments.
Hmm.
So it's like we gotta provide a way for the DAs to have transportation and a house.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Which,
it's
to be
corruption.
fair, I think judges should be the same way. Well,
like
maybe not
blacklisted from
investments,
owning
but
what specifically?
at least having other jobs, perhaps.
I say jobs and owning other investments. Like even today, I was opening a financial accounts in my head, and it said right there on the form, if you are a judge or a district attorney, you are prohibited from opening this type of account.
Like, in your head, sorry?
In my head, I went to the
Really?
bank today and I was filling out the paperwork.
Dang, that's interesting.
There's a specific box you check, and you have to open a specialty account for it. But
That's actually kind of cool.
I don't know. I would suggest reworking the justice or making your own justice reform plan for judges, man.
That's too much paperwork, man. I already do enough.
Hey, you haven't
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, you know, how could this be construed a way of like that I'm doing something? Like, what the hell can I invest in right now? Like, so I'm gonna buy Comfy Cafe stock.
But
Well,
by a
if you-
company?
Well, yeah. Here's the thing, though. If you like, say, Comfy's going under, or wait, no, it's called UU now. If UU is going under, you say give him a fuck ton of money to bail him out. That's now your investment. You have partial investment. Now, UU gets indicted, or say there's a new law that goes against UU and makes things harder for their business. So if you were to say act on that law or establish precedent, then it creates this problem of, was that out of your own financial interest or was that out of genuine interest for the community?
Yeah.
You
Now,
can't
with
be
PD
impartial regarding that.
Exactly. Now with PDs, it's a bit more lax because PDs, of course, they're person by person, you know? With them, they're just, it's a bit easier as long as you're not, like, acting against your client. Like,
Yeah.
if UU gets robbed and you own UU shares and you have to defend the UU Kai, then that's a problem. But at the same time, it's less of a, we should be having more PDs than DAs and judges combined.
Yes.
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 I mean,
That reminds me, I gotta change my suit again.
Okay, this is
that does look nice.
150. And literally the only thing you need is extra, you need shoes. You need to make sure your shirt's 15. So 150 jackets.
So, jackets, 150. Dang. That does look nice, holy.
Yeah, I want to wear it more. Case never wears it because he thinks it's too formal. But any case I go to, it's gonna be that. But I definitely need some. I definitely need some new suits. These are starting to get stale. I've had so much time just, you know, going to the clothes store, spending 6 hours doing clothes shit, leaving, going back to the clothes store next week.
Jeez.
At least it's nice we have a clothes store right here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally like a quick walk, quick little jaunt. Someone said for the outfits I wear that I look like a mobster. I was offended. So you can't wear a fucking fedora anymore without getting called a gangster.
I don't know, man. I take that as a compliment. You look fine in that suit.
I make
Yeah,
all my suits look good.
Are we talking like Goodfellas mobster or like Godfather mobster?
I don't know.
Because one of them's fine, one of them's good, but the other one's not good.
I just like my winter coat.
Okay, now what tie do you think would fit with this? Like, you think the red? Yeah.
Red is always standout. You could
What
get
about-
black though.
I don't know, cause it's a tan suit.
The red stripe looks good with that.
I've never seen anyone genuinely rock a bow tie. I wouldn't do it.
I'm half tempted to try with this suit because none of the ties fit with it.
There's a very specific one you have to find, or maybe it's an undershirt that has it.
Oh, maybe.
There's
But yeah,
a few
I-
ones.
I never wear the clothes suits because they look like tuxes.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and open, you know, looking friendly. I'm gonna be honest, back there I was worried you're gonna give him like 20 months, and I was like, shit.
No, I didn't want him to have any time. I was considering like maybe increasing the fine because he did murder someone, and that
Yeah,
doesn't
but-
happen very often.
But
Yeah,
he
no.
served like 2 weeks in prison. Hold on, let me do some math.
And,
Let me do some
and I'm
math.
pretty sure he was actually in prison too for that time.
Yeah, I just
Like
want to be fair.
336 hours total.
That's not bad.
Christ.
That's not bad, he says.
No,
That's
no,
a
no, no.
long
My
ass
my
time.
suit. I could. Yeah, no, that's bad.
Yes.
That's. I think the same. There's another one of the cases is pretty similar.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. That one's gonna be done.
Yeah.
He won't serve more than a week before his trial.
That's good.
Well, as
But
long
yeah,
as
it's just
the-
when I get free time. There's 2 of us now. Well, there was 2 of us. It's just, you know, it's harder to get case around.
Yeah, I think cases may end up stepping down soon. I don't think.
I'd imagine.
I think he's just here to
okay.
help us out.
That one there, go back. You had it. You had it. Kane, go back. Back one more. Okay, that one there. Go through ties and accessory. There is one for that. It's near the beginning, under scarves and chains.
I'm pretty sure 24 does pretty good. It might be a little
The
bit.
issue is this suit is so low.
Yeah,
that
there's a
the
tie.
ties
There
don't
is a tie.
fit.
Just
It
keep
either
looking.
goes over it or
No, it goes under.
That's the
No, that's not
closest,
it.
but
That's not it. You're close. You're close.
Let me
Oh,
see if
oh.
it's a fit.
Keep going. There's one for it.
I don't know if there is.
Unless maybe those ones that are that low don't have them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking because this is a much tighter suit. Because I had a different suit that was less tight.
What number is your jacket?
It is 30. Because there's also this suit, which is higher up and works better with the ties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll find it. It would be super easy.
Like the ties go under it. So I may end up sticking with this, unfortunately.
I use a 99 for a jacket. That one usually works.
Ooh, that does look good.
And then the pants for it are 48. Kane, are you gonna kick me out if I roll up in the pink suit?
Nah,
Good.
look clean.
A lot of people love the pink suit. It can't be shirt because you need that. Could be body armor maybe?
I don't think so. There's no way.
Oh god, my head. I'm stuck. I can't do anything. My whole everything's fucked.
Your whole what now?
Sorry, my fucking head just had a major headache.
He said a word. he
Oh,
said
I
a
could just
word.
pull up wearing this.
I swear there was a tie for this.
It's funny. The same group of people are involved in both of the cases.
What group of
you-
people?
Sorry, the same like it's the same judge, same wait, no, different DAs, but one the same observing DA. And then either
Oh,
the
hold on
s-
now.
What do you find there?
This would, does this have BCS? It does. This would be an interesting bailiff uniform.
I wouldn't say that. I would say bailiff would have to be a class A uniform.
Or even this, maybe? Oh,
Yeah, we have correction units. They
That's true.
exist. Be pretty easy to find them. Just gotta pull them out of deep storage. You know, I think what happened was one of these ties got
Uh-oh.
replaced with something else.
getting pulled up by the
Probably.
PD.
You get pulled up by the
There's another
PD.
suit. There was some lights and sirens that went by. Or at least lights.
Damn, they figured it out. The courts are getting drippy.
I think these suits, these suck.
I think it's because the ties are so high up that most of the suits are under them. Unfortunately, like for example, this tie.
Yeah, but if you change your torso 1 down to 29, it suddenly works.
What do you mean by torso?
Well, you know the suit that you're having problems with, which is this one. Just do this, and it's open, and you're good.
Oh, that's true.
And also, you could. I'm pretty sure one of them might work with this one instead, which is literally like 1 up. It's 32. I need more vest suits. I have so many of these. Switch to it. I have so many of these suits. I need to look at some of our warrant requests that we were talking about. See if
The
there's
what now?
something. You remember when we were talking about like search warrants approvals and stuff, and not making
Yeah.
it too complicated? I need to look at that and think about a interesting way to do it without it being too.
My only
Annoying.
thing is, I would like at least some input on those as DA.
I
or
wouldn't mind
my
if
office.
the DA's office had to sign off on search warrants and arrest warrants over a certain class of felony or whatever.
Yeah, I have certain feelings about certain things when it comes to that. Because like right now, like obviously it needs to be changed right now. Like law enforcement shouldn't be able to do it. I understand
No.
why it was in, but we're getting active enough to where we can approve shit.
Exactly.
But like, you know, I don't know.
Oh yeah, here's the one I was talking about.
Doesn't look bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looked good.
this is Base City too.
Damn, I've actually never seen that.
Yeah, it's from a certain visit to the Diamond Casino. You have to wear it.
Ooh, I can get down with beige. Let's do that.
Damn, honorable Drippy in the house.
Sometimes you need to expand your horizon when it comes to colors. Sheesh. Red tie for this? 100%?
Ooh, yes. I would look clean.
Yep. Oof. Yeah, there's a different variation with this shirt where you can have it like you have some things on the sides. What is it? It's real close to this one. Ooh, it actually might be. You know, it's funny. I basically brought these guys in to dress up with me. Oh, do you know what? The long sleeve? I can make this shit work all day.
Damn.
Let me find a different color, though. I don't think black works with this. It's gotta be white.
Oh, this tie has an. I think that's an American flag on it.
A red
Oh.
top?
Does that one work though? I had issues with the American flag one for a while.
Oh, never mind. It just matched the color of the tie. Yeah. That's the other thing. We need a jacket that has an American flag on it. That'd be nice.
I'm pretty sure we have a bunch of jackets. I think they're just all for police.
Probably.
Pink fedora. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing a pink fedora. I'd wake up from my slumber. There's so many fedoras. Holy fuck. That it right there? Well, while we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen, how's everyone doing? Is everyone having a good time? I would hope so, even though this is boring.
I
We're just
wonder
waiting for shit.
something. Are any?
The green one? No. There it is. Man, I love how everything just matches. It's so good. I think I need like red shoes or something.
Top hat with a gown.
You wear that
Throw in a
whatever way you
monocle and I'll
want.
be set.
You wear it whatever way you want.
Looking for a wig.
Oh, a
Oh,
white
that's
wig.
here at the hat. Oh, there we go.
Do you know what? Brown shoes with red laces tied in. Okay. I'm pleased with this one. Alright.
Can't remember where the Wait, are they? Oh wait, I think I know where they are.
Oh, you fucked up. You have made a mistake. Good
Yeah,
luck fixing that shit, brother.
it said business. I thought it would be.
It's Judge Amanda Kane now. Here we go. Here it is. Found it.
Don't save any changes. There we go. Much better. Oh, that looks nice.
This is what I would say as for a bailiff uniform, right?
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Hello. Is that Mr. Morty?
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Still parking on sidewalks, I see.
Yeah, you know, it's closer actually. I valet my own vehicles.
You don't like parking on the side, like where you're supposed to?
Is there like, I don't see a no parking sign though. So I mean,
I think logistically, sidewalks is where people walk and roads are where people drive.
yeah, but you know,
What if there was a person there? Would you ran them over, Mr. Morty?
there would no longer be a person there.
Well, then that would be another felony on the record, Mr. Morty.
Only if I'm caught.
Can't run for mayor if you got a felony, Morty.
Yeah, you know, it's whatever.
Have you given
Yeah,
up
you
to
know,
Harris
if it's,
already?
well, pretty much. As soon as he started running, I was like, oh, he's gonna win.
Yeah.
I mean, if the
No
vehicle's
faith?
parked on the sidewalk, there's like such a high chance of it not being like scratched by another vehicle.
I mean, fair.
Someone might key it though.
That's also true.
I will hurt. I will also key them. Their person will be keyed.
Careful, careful. You got 2 judges and a DA.
This is not the
Careful.
group of people you want to say something to.
Careful.
What do you mean? You don't know what that means? All right, I don't.
I know what
could
that
be
means.
seen
You're
in
gonna
multiple
stab.
different
You're gonna
ways.
stab him to death with a
Whoa,
key.
no! I never said that.
You're
No,
gonna murder
I
him
never
and his
did.
entire family.
You're gonna gut them like the pigs they are.
You're gonna eat him.
Eat them alive.
That's a little far.
And make their children watch.
Okay.
Well, what if they
You
don't have
value
children that would
freedom
watch?
over
And
here.
then you'll come back 6 years later when they have children. Oh
Wait,
shit.
they would be. Wait, what?
You'll let them live and you'll come back when they have kids.
God bless America.
God bless
Oh.
America. You wearing that to the to arraignment?
That'd be an interesting look.
And walk in, squaw! Judge Eagle presiding,
Sheds a
squaw.
single tear.
You know,
I should
I
keep
would
the
love
yellow.
to see a judge rock that, like, actually. Because that'd be hilarious. You wouldn't have to
I
worry
have a
about
feeling that judge-
DOJ being a yard sale. People
not be a
be
judge
too busy
long.
laughing at whoever's in head.
Yeah, I just think this is the best. I'd say this is better than the DOC ones you were talking about.
You haven't seen them. They look good.
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, you haven't
Fair
seen
point. Fair point.
You
Fair
haven't seen
point.
Though this
Fair
is
point. I do relent on that point, but
Let
This does say
me see if I
correctional
have
officer.
some like
do
old
you say?
pictures of it.
that does say correctional officer on it, so
it does.
that's pretty solid.
Yeah,
But no, the old DOC uniforms were pretty nice.
yeah. It says San Andreas State
Police
What is it?
authority. San
No.
Andreas Police. Or State
Prison
Police-
Prison Authority.
Prison authority. Oh,
Prison Authority.
that makes sense.
It doesn't have a gun either, which kind of makes sense. You're not gonna need a gun.
Yeah.
not?
Though you might, but you know,
Uh,
with this city, you probably will.
Yeah, fair point. Maybe doing the pat downs outside, but once you're in, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear the pink suit as I recommend the death penalty.
Ah, I found it.
Jesus.
Haha.
Please no. Look that for the other one.
The white one?
That looks fine.
Check your DMs, guys. I had to go far back, a year
Wow.
back.
It looks very similar. The badge is like very similar.
Let me get a front on pick.
I don't know. I prefer the other ones. They look very
I don't know if I like that vest.
They look very snowy.
Yeah.
It's also the colors blend together too much. If the pants were different, it would look way better. Like if the pants were a gray or a darker color, it would look better.
Yeah.
You gotta have contrast.
Yeah, that's how they were previously. I like that.
$30 for unemployment. Man, inflation's risen. Price
You're
of
on
everything.
you're on unemployment right now?
No, I mean in the picture you sent us.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Well, the reason unemployment gets so bad is because things are coming. I have a whole report I'm writing on this, but it's if shit doesn't come from the ether, you fix the inflation.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let it be known that I hate Ether.
Honestly,
I hate it so much.
it amazes me that businesses still come from the ether. They should be coming.
I think
from...
DOJ is one of the few, because the law enforcement.
Honestly,
even then, if DOJ should come from the state's money, which gets reimbursed from.
I was
fines
told.
and-
I was told that is how it was working, and I think something changed. But maybe it was
something
a
must have
misunderstanding.
broke.
I think it got turned off. Is what
Also-
happened.
Also, unemployment going through like if it were to go right now, there's enough money in circulation that it would be a perfect amount or close to. Right? If unemployment came out of the government's money, which has a lot of money.
Yeah, think about all the fines.
Think about taxes, man. The government's
Taxes, yeah.
fucking wealthy
The
as
taxes. I can't remember what they said they had, but they had, I think, a couple million easily.
What I would say is minimum switch businesses to using
Walk and
their
talk,
money.
gentlemen.
Yep. And then
Have a good day, Morty.
See you. For unemployment, I would say that is its own beast to get that going, because of course you do run. Unemployment is the only one where I'd say it's okay coming from the ether.
Yeah, because it's dangerous to not do that.
Wait! There's defibrillators.
Oh.
Because those are normally bags, but the thing gets updated. But yeah, unemployment should come from the ether because that makes sense. That is federal money. Everything else should come from budgets. Like our money should come from the state's operating budget. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would then come down from the sky gods, or sorry, from the
Which should
federal
be
government.
given a certain amount of money every month or whatever it may be.
Every fiscal quarter is when. They
Well,
could
the
get
thing
their...
is, it's like it doesn't need to be Sky Gods. It could literally it should be whoever's in the mayor thing because they can afford it. But like that's
That's
how it's
true.
supposed to work. They're supposed to be able to give grants, right?
No, I mean the city's budget itself. You know, like the money in the city.
Mhm.
If it's found that maybe they're not having enough money, then they either have to cut back spending or maybe the feds have to step in.
Yeah, get a bailout.
But then if fines are coming, like the fines alone, if those get updated, those should be paying for all these services.
We could increase fines by a
It-
factor of 10 times, and
It would.
good.
It would. That's literally what I was going to suggest.
Right.
And what I was also going to say is, if right now police were made so that their budgets actually matter, it would make it so that lawsuits actually affected them.
That's true.
They would not want to get sued at that point because
Yep.
it
If we
affects.
started throwing out hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawsuits, that'll go rogue pretty quick.
It's an interesting discussion that is above us, but I like having people who all are able to operate on at least some similar legal principles and levels when it comes to this stuff.
I don't know which way I'm going. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
I don't know why we're headed this way.
I think it's the wrong way.
We're
Oh,
taking
that's the
the
long
scenic
way.
route.
Exactly.
I mean,
Four times
I've
far.
already passed my car like 3 times, but you know it's fine.
Yeah, my car ain't even here. Speaking of which, I got to call Dynasty 8 because have you seen the Tinsel Towers?
Nope.
No.
They're like right down the road that way. That's where we're looking to get housing for the DAs.
Ooh, nice.
get some condominiums.
Oh, Verdin, by the way, it seems like the court is going to become a D8, like, sold property in essence, where we'll have access to the keys so that they can put a functioning TV inside. So we can play evidence and stuff, which will be awesome.
That actually sounds really cool.
Key limit's also getting
Yes.
upped to 12 keys, including homeowner.
Nice.
That's also cool.
Which means we can give us
That
Public defenders.
if it's like an actual interior though, like that shit's gonna be free as fuck. That's all government. Courtrooms, all that building attached, it's all gonna be government. I will be insisting on that.
yeah, no, not paying for it, just as in that way we can put the TVs in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's a
Never
lot.
mind.
I've been giving the government a lot of slack when it comes to buying shit they should be buying. That's because like I'm not too chuffed about grinding for my own
Yeah.
vehicle and whatever. And honestly, I think it helps the economy a bit if you do,
Yeah.
because it shouldn't be just like, oh, join DOJ and get a free car, get $1,500 paycheck.
Hey, hold on now. If they quit DOJ, they lose the car, or if they
I
get
mean,
fired,
obviously,
lose
but
the
they
car.
don't lose the money.
Yeah.
Because like
Which
there's a few PDs right now who haven't even been on once, and like they could be fucking capitalizing on this paycheck stuff. And honestly, no change that I would make or the Supreme Court would make can change that,
Yeah.
other than sending them.
Part of the meeting would be nice to go over what's gonna happen. The roster does need to be updated for the inactive ones.
Yeah, we'll see.
'Cause it still shows them as active, and I haven't heard from them once.
That's true.
And, except for them saying that to stop messaging so they can go to bed.
Yeah.
We all saw that.
Oh, I should have took money out. Oh, too late.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so let me just update that now because I know who's active and who's not.
It's like two PDs and the DA's office are the only active ones.
Well, we can kind of see if they come to the meeting. If they don't, we can.
Yeah, I've notified one of them personally
Yeah.
that this is happening, but
Did you mention to PD leads that we're having this meeting that they can join in?
They're coming to our meeting?
we're having a meeting before the DOJ meeting with the PD elites.
Yeah.
It's separate.
Also,
Oh,
quick
damn, I
question.
see how it is.
What's everyone's phone number? I'm putting it on the roster so people can actually call us. Like the
Oh.
supervisor phone number roster.
520
Hold on.
721 4195. All right, see you guys.
I got 520 and that's it.
It's 520 721 4195.
520-721-4195. Gotcha.
Yep. Okay,
We're done?
I'm gonna work on some opening statements,
All right.
closing statements. I'll see you guys around.
See you
Yeah,
later.
have a good one.
What's your phone number?
I have access to this. I can just.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's a good shit. What the fuck?
That way people can actually call us.
Until your phone
you
is
able-
stolen.
Well, just don't let that happen. Yeah.
It's happened once. And it
Did
wasn't
it
under
now?
control. Fuck, you fucked my phone. Bastard. Share your contact again.
Sorry. There you go.
Thank you.
And do you want to send me yours?
No.
No.
Not particular.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Let me just fix this first. Yeah, I had my number on the yellow pages, and then someone stole my phone, so I'm like, nah, fuck that. There we go. Alright.
You're gonna have to send it again, sir.
Alright. Share contacts.
Yeah. What was it you were saying you wanted to talk about earlier? Like before we actually left?
Do I want to
Can't
talk about
remember.
something? I said walk and talk.
No, there was something else that you said we should talk about, but I can't remember.
I remember referring to me wanting to work on the arrest warrant thing. I don't know if I don't
or
know
if
if
it
it was
was
that.
just the bailiff stuff, or
Wasn't the bailiff stuff?
dang,
Yeah, sorry. I don't remember.
it's all good.
Oh, was it increasing the first degree murder fine?
Maybe it was fines.
But we're gonna discuss that in the meeting. Isn't that in like 40 minutes now? Or an hour and 40 minutes?
I guess I think it's an hour 40 minutes is the it's with PD or whatever. If that's at 9 o'clock, I think 9 Eastern.
Yeah, it's an hour and 40.
You're MDT, right?
I am MDT.
So 2 behind. All right.
What did I want to add here? Oh yeah, I wanted to add to the roster like available times, like a little section. That's why there's like a little blank spot between time zone and notes. I just didn't know how to properly do that because I can't see that far ahead for me. Like obviously I could say every day, but I don't want to be called every day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I'm kind of just like open.
Plus things change every. That's the thing is like things change, stuff comes up, and people. If we put "oh, I'm active at this time," people get upset.
Yeah.
Might even be better to just do it by week or bi-weekly.
I'm
or
pretty
weekly.
deadlocked in the whole 1 day notice thing. We really need to stick with that. Because, like, you know, getting contacted and saying, hey, we're going to do trial right now. It's like, it's not fun. Even for bench trials, like, it's not fun. I got called at 11 p.m. my time.
Mhm.
When I was literally standing up to, you know, turn my brain off. And then I see a thing, I'm like, well, I need to check this. In fact, I think I might have even been in bed, just doom scrolling.
Yeah.
And I saw him like, son of a bitch. Yeah, it needs to be a day notice minimum because it's just easier.
I've been just sticking around, and I think if someone came to me while I'm actually in city, that's fine. But I don't think I'll.
Yeah,
respond
I
to
don't want to get
within a
ambushed
day.
with a big ass case when I'm not prepared for it. I
That's
need to
also fair.
mentally prepare myself for that shit.
Yeah.
Like in more ways than one.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. I like to prepare, figure out what charges, things like that, what needs to be proven for charges, stuff like that.
We definitely need some guidelines for asset forfeiture. I'm seeing that in the
Yes.
PD chat. I don't know what our authority is with that because that's obviously a very polarizing topic to get wrong.
Think we have the authority, but
Oh, we definitely have the authority. I'm just saying, like, I don't
we
know if
need to
that's
be
something we want to
incredibly
be.
strict with it.
Yeah. It needs to be either very specific and not open to interpretation or some other bullshit.
I don't even know about. I think I would rather.
Let's move to the judges' chambers.
Yeah, sure.
Because we can actually work this out in city
Yeah.
while we're here. Because I gotta
me.
kill an hour.
Yeah.
And also, like, I'm not working off very much sleep. I woke up 1 a.m. my time.
Oh, jeez.
So, like, you know, coffee's in there.
Weren't able to sleep.
You know, let's
Too
go
excited
in
for
the, let's
this
go in the
meeting?
meeting room because
Alright.
we can actually sit down there and there isn't just one seat.
Yeah.
I love this meeting room, man. Alright.
Man, jury trials would be interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it will ever operate properly, though. Like, you would have to have the city council be on it and always be on it because they are the only ones I trust to be actually impartial.
Well, I don't know. I think
Maybe I'm
could-
too pessimistic.
I think we could give people, like, even if we have to overrule a jury or whatever, right? Or we
Mhm.
have the ability to overrule a jury, but and more so on civil cases, right? Like person v person, not even
Yeah.
person v PD or something. That would probably be a good time to have juries. Anyway, um,
Opening the drive. Once I can find it. I should have this
Okay.
shit bookmarked.
so,
I'm gonna give you guys a vision here in a second.
let's see. So, thing is with asset forfeiture is, if we set it, if it's going to be a very clear cut and dry and there's no room for interpretation, it needs to be much stricter so that people can't just take advantage of it, I guess.
So let's go hypothetical. Like, what if you're thinking about asset forfeiture? Like, what do you think a vehicle should be forfeited for? Just generally, right? Like,
I
what
think
crime
a
do they
vehicle
gotta
should
commit?
be forfeited for, I mean, I guess the very clear ones are the ones that where the law book states vehicles forfeited, like the aftermarket modification.
Okay.
But other than that, honestly, something that's continuously used in probably violent felonies. So if it's, a shoot or a drive-by shooting,
Mhm.
right? Or if it's used to flee from police after being shot, after, they shot the police or something.
Were you here when we were working with the previous impound guideline system?
I don't think so.
So the way it used to work was like 3 strikes and you're out. 3 strikes and we take your car, right?
Yeah.
So, I have seen the pitfalls with that kind of system, and it was just kind of common in my brains, like you could use the system that we're using with the impound stuff and just make it to where if they get 3, they're out. But the thing is, like, you'll never have an asset forfeiture case. They'll just avoid it because officers will tell them when they're getting striked. And it's also too complicated to manage. I know this firsthand and secondhand. It's just like people don't want to do it. So it needs to be simple. And I say that a lot, but it really does need to be simple to where, it's either you attach it to a law to where if they break this law specifically, whether that be drug trafficking, and I would recommend not doing that because drug trafficking is really punishing already. But whether that be drug trafficking, whether that be street races or whatever, and you just say specifically this law, you get your shit seized. Now, me and Case did have a conversation about this, and the consensus was that the asset forfeiture for cars was removed in place of the impound system. Which, maybe there's some pitfalls there.
Thing is with the impound system is there's no, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, I guess technically they could just not release the car, but there's not really a way to say, oh, it's permanently forfeited.
Yeah, there
And
is
there
there
is
is
some
there
times where
is
it
a
should
way to put it in there permanent
Is there?
via that system. Yes.
How's
It's
that?
at the very bottom, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I remember that being a thing. Whether it works or not, I don't fucking know.
That's fair.
I know we can just force them to give us keys as well, and just give us the car, and then we
Yeah.
can just use it as an undercover. Or sorry, they can use it as an undercover car.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Or
I think
we can use that to give to the DOJ people.
dude, you would piss so many people off. You did that.
Bit of conflict of
You
interest.
just
there, but
driving around in their cars like, hey, thanks, fuckers. I'm gonna be
Come
impartial
on.
now.
Wouldn't it be nice to drive around in a Ferrari?
Yeah.
But no.
I feel like a lot of things with the way laws are right now are kind of really punishing. Like, I feel like if you were ever gonna do the attachment law, you would need to have one specific situation where you get your shit seized, because like you can't attach it to drug trafficking, even though it makes sense because drug trafficking is super punishing, like 100K fine easy.
Drug trafficking isn't. Not really. Well,
Every drug trafficking case we've had, the dude's got 100K fines or more.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess.
Those enhancements.
Yeah.
Which don't have to be used. But
No.
yeah, I
get
feel
what you're
like it's already bad enough, and we don't want to fucking like triple, quadruple dip.
saying.
So like, that's that. Like, we could attach it to some kind of like street race thing. I feel like that would be very controversial as well, because
The thing is, I don't think there's any. I can't really see of any specific law where it's one and done. That's my concern.
so your argument is that it needs to be a repeat offense for it to happen.
Exactly.
So then,
Right.
with that, like, how do we do that system? How does PD do that?
I know it's not ideal, and I know it was kind of used in the past, but similar to a strike system, except more leeway in essence. So instead of 3 strikes, it would be, say, 10 strikes, where, maybe drug trafficking is 2 strikes. Something else is, a drive-by shooting where you kill someone is 10 strikes, right? Or 8 strikes or whatever. Right? Where different charges that's more serious could be more strikes. That way it's not, oh, I fled 3 times and, oh, I shot someone and killed someone 3 times and they get taken away at the same time, right?
So
And to do that, and with that, you could have cases where it's, hey, or you could have a range of, points on that.
it gets complicated because, like, the way I remember it is basically like it was very hard to get anybody even above 2 strikes, for law enforcement. Like, it was very difficult for them because people were just like, they'll just switch cars and they'll have strikes per car, right? Obviously, there's an easy way to avoid that. Just make the strikes global for all your cars, but and whatever one you get first, you just take. But like, it's just like I feel like the whole MDT tracking thing is just not going to work with the PD. There needs to be an alternative. Not to say that the PD can't do it, because they can, right? Like, they can be taught anything. It's just I'm worried that we will have an issue with tracking, and this isn't something we want to fuck up, right?
What if it wasn't?
Because this is coming down to brass tacks, right? Like, this is the actual, like, this is the main problem, is that it needs to be very simple for PD to where it doesn't make their job any more complicated, and it also needs to be easy to say. It's like, I have no question that they did their job right.
Then what if we just say, if they bring a compelling case to the court, we can make that decision, right? Like, hey, if a cop comes and says, hey, this guy's fled from us 15 times for armed robbery with this same exact vehicle, can we take it? We can say, sure. Or, hey, this guy shot and killed 3 cops out of his car, can we take it? Right? Instead of setting a specific limit,
you're giving agency to the police to do it at their own volition.
Not even, I guess, have the police able to come to us and attempt to get it taken at their own volition, and leave the choice on whether to take it or not up to the judges.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I'm just trying to think, like, is someone, like, obviously there's going to be cops who's like, yeah, that's too much work, right? That's obviously going to happen.
For sure.
But it should be in the agency of the supervisors to take that. Because the regular everyday cop isn't going to come to court to do that. I'm sure Atkins or Tedson or someone from high command would be willing to say, hey, we have 10 cases of this person and these group of people and all these people doing all this. We want all their cars taken. And you just do it like on a monthly basis.
That works. And that way, we leave that, whatever the cops want to do, to at what point they take it up to them, right? If they want to say, if they want to make their own strike system for cars, or if they want to, anytime it's a flight from law enforcement, take it to court, or whatever it may be, right?
I mean, yeah, because, like, you can, then it doesn't matter, because then it's up to us at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And we don't really have to worry about, like, if they miss something, it's not a big deal, because, all they need to do is look back in their record, right?
Exactly.
So really, the only direction you would ever have to give police would be, hey, just make sure you're including the vehicle they were fleeing in with the plate.
Yeah.
And honestly, we should write that down. Which folder should we put this in? Is this going to be legal notices or internal documents or something else?
Probably legal notices, because I think if we're starting to take assets, I think the public should know.
Let me start a file.
I also feel like the second we open this up, we might get a lot of cops coming to us, or a lot of supervisors and stuff coming to us and saying, "Hey, can we take this car?"
And also, it's not completely unfair to the crims because they can fight it in court.
Exactly, right?
So it's more fun for everybody. Fun.
Yeah.
And you know, gives police agency to actually fight some fucking shit.
Yeah.
So let me so the idea is the only thing law enforcement will need to do is direct all law enforcement to add what car they were fleeing in. Or add the car.
But I guess, you know what, that they should be doing that themselves on reports anyway.
They're not.
If they don't do that, that's up to them. But I think honestly, we don't even need to tell them that. I think, well, we can tell
remind
them that,
them.
but it doesn't need to be. Yeah, but I think what needs to be put in the notice is basically, hey, the police will now have the ability to bring a specific car or multiple cars or whatever, some assets to the court with a request to take them, with a request for them to be forfeited, and the courts will handle that. Now, what do you think about forcing it to have some type of supervisor sign off before it can come to courts?
I think that's a must. I don't even think
Yeah.
regular officers should be bringing it to court, if I'm honest. Even though it would be cool, and I think it's nice to have it to where, you know, they have the agency. I just think it's a little bit too much, like, too
for them
big.
to handle, yeah.
Let me note that.
So must have a supervisor present. Right, if a normal cop wants to do it with the help of a supervisor, that should be fine, but the supervisor needs to
I'm
be
gonna list
assisting.
that I preference command. They have a lot of good supervisors though, so this doesn't hold very much water. All right, it is in the legal notices thing. I'm just doing jot notes.
There's a total of 2 supervisors that are in command right now, so.
Is James Russell? Is he still?
Russell is command. He's the lieutenant
Is he?
now.
Damn.
Apparently.
People are flying up the ranks.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's a good idea for asset forfeiture. Now, what about in the case? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I guess because I have a feeling this may end up answering your question. This doesn't have to only apply for cars, right? This could apply for buildings, for banking.
Yeah, my question would be like, you know, should it be different for houses like minorly? Because like houses don't commit crimes; they get crimes committed in them. Sure, you'd have to prove that pretty good. Like,
well, I think it's the same thing as cars, right? Cars don't commit crimes either. There's crimes, you know, they're used in the commission of a crime.
yeah, and this
Same
shit could
thing for a
apply
house,
to
right?
stolen vehicles.
Stolen vehicles.
It's like, hey, you get your stolen vehicle, you get your vehicle stolen all these times. We're gonna take it.
Wait, hold on now.
No, hold on. Bear with me. That's a big problem where people call in fake calls or do it for the friends, right? Have you seen any of that
You know
happen?
what? I guess, yeah, you're right.
So you give him a few chances, right? It's like, well, hey, like I have evidence here that this guy has had his car stolen by the same dudes 10 times in a row. He's obviously colluding. Or at least we should be like have a case to take his fucking car. Because he obviously is not responsible.
Well, I guess that's the cops if they want to bring that and say, hey, this guy's using this, you know, whatever. Then yeah, so yeah, you're right. But yeah, right, like I don't think this needs to only apply for vehicles. I think buildings.
This is the shit I'm typing up. It's just jot notes.
I think that's the only asset there is really, but buildings, businesses, technically.
Businesses.
Right? If things are used in the commission of crime, right? If a business is used to launder money, which I don't think is possible, but would be insanely cool if it was. But if a building's used as a spot to traffic drugs, right? And they're storing a crap ton of money, drugs, and all that stuff in the building, right?
I mean, yeah, like if you're using, like, let's say a mechanic shop to store drugs for whatever reason why you would
Exactly.
do that,
Exactly.
you could have that case. It's like, hey, we literally have photo evidence of this being in here. It's one case, but that's all you fucking need. Like, we're gonna shut your business down, and that the
Yeah.
second that's known, not only is it's more interesting for police to know that, like, not all these things, like, that you're getting your, like, for example, at a repair shops, like, oh yeah, I'm standing 10 feet away from like 20 PDARs and fucking $1 million in drugs and shit. It's just like, well,
Yeah.
the second we get in a glimpse of that, you're fucked. Like, we'll shut down the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so I think if we just leave it at that, basically, hey, any supervisor can come to the courts for item used in the commission of a crime or an asset used in the commission of a crime, and we can handle it from there. I think we kind of need to maybe have a brief out guideline, but I think at the same time, judges have been selected
If the
based on their expertise in
if
the
the
law.
dude runs away one time and you bring it, I'm gonna disbar you for a week, or not disbar you, but I'm gonna kick you out of my courtroom for a week.
No, I agree.
But also, like, it doesn't even matter. Like, there is no checks and balances that need to be written, because it'll always be up to the judge when it comes to that specific of someone
true.
bringing up a stupid case.
Yeah.
And even if we're both gone, it will still be up to the judge, and they'll have agency
Yeah.
to make their own decision. All right, I'm very happy with that. Very happy. Okay.
Yes. Alright.
What about? So we have that. We have some notes. It can be filled out, but we can do that at a later date. We have to have the conversation about simple or a mix of warrant requests. So I think this is more of a, you kind of just experiment with certain builds. Obviously, the current system's a little bit too simple. Not mentioning that the fact that not mentioning that command can sign
Yeah.
them.
I
That's
think,
obviously needs to be changed, but
I think we both can agree command should not be able to sign
anymore.
warrants.
It
at
was
all.
granted and
Period.
valid. It was granted and valid previously. Doesn't need to be happening right now.
Exactly.
Because we can sign them off when we're from Discordia, as long as they bring up a case. If they really need it really fast and we can't get in.
Like, because my thing is, I don't, and like I told you over our messages, is I don't care if it's simple. I just want there to be an actual document stating that this is a warrant,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's like, that way we can say this warrant was issued and that's why he was arrested. Or
Yeah.
this
So
warrant was issued
basically, what
and
you're
that's why his
looking
house was
for
searched.
is a document you can link to the guy,
Exactly.
and it's its sole thing. It's not like, oh, here's the repository for them all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we, like, do you remember the old warrant system? Like, it wasn't complex at all.
Is it the
really.
Google Form one?
Not the Google form.
Because I actually prefer Google Forms because it's really easy for us. But it's still you can't. It's not
Or-
linkable.
The alternative is, what if we use a Google form, and when we sign off on these warrants, we format it into a document?
Yeah, I was also I was thinking about that. It's like, you get it, we format it into our document, and set it out. It's like, here's your legal binding document. Because that's
Exactly,
technically
right?
what they would do, right? Like, it's close at
Uh,
least.
I think the PD would fill. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Throw it at the
But I
window.
think it's close enough, because I think PD could always go to and get help. But maybe.
Yeah, because the way I'm thinking about it is, like, you could set up a few ways. So you can obviously go down the route of, like, here's the template, you're going to write your shit, you're going to fill it out, that's your legal binding document, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Right? It works, it's complicated, and I wouldn't say it's complicated from a hard way, it's just, like, it's a little bit, it's a barrier to entry, a small one, because you
Mhm.
need to be taught how, like, what all this shit means, and like how, you know, you need to have their name spelled correctly, and certain things need to be correct, right? You can't just jibble jabble through that. But I think it would be very easy for us to do, like, we have a
Or
Google form, they submit it to the thing, right? We check it, we make sure if there's any problems, we send it back and say, hey, this data is wrong, refill it out. Or we say, like, can you clarify this, and we clarify it. Then we send it into a document that we understand, obviously, which is that warrant sheet that the people were using beforehand. And we just send it back to them. It's like, here's your document.
or pretty much the same process, but basically, what if we had the Google form send to the district attorney's office who formatted it, and then they would have to sign off before it gets sent to us? Because I think the DA's office really should be signing off on most of these warrants that are coming through. Like, not signing off saying that the warrant's valid, but saying, yeah, it's fine to get a
So
warrant
here's
for.
my specific, very specific problem with that. Because I don't disagree that that's not a bad idea. I disagree with the amount of steps it's going to start to take. So before, the way the warrants were, now the way the warrant system works now is they send it to that form thing. They put their name on it. They put the date, the person who's looking at it, the high command member, and it's done. That's it, right? So now what it would change to is they have some kind of thing they fill out. They send it to district attorney sends it to us. So now there's have to be 3 people doing shit. So there's some, like, obviously we all have shit to do, and I feel like the more people you send that through, while it makes sense, and honestly, like, in the perfect world, it probably should happen like this, it gets too complicated.
That's fair.
Because it's just like you get a second person in, and it's like, holy shit, there's like we got a pipeline issue. There's only one district attorney, and you
That's
could make the
true.
argument of saying, like, we send it in the DOJ channel and say, hey, at ADAs, hey, at DAs, here's our binding document. One of you figured out who the fuck is signed and send it to me. But that's an alternative to fix a problem that, you know, hasn't happened yet, but I think would happen. So yeah, that's the thing about, like, having something complex for the sake of being complex, or having something complex because it needs to be complex. I think the asset forfeiture needs to be complex, but, like, we've already discussed this, obviously, but it's only complex on our end, right?
Yeah.
It's all, like, it's a one-person show.
Which, you know what, is good. Let the lawyer do lawyer stuff.
Yeah. So yeah,
Um,
I think there is a lot of ways to do this. Like, we can go a lot of ways with this.
okay. What if... Because I want to get the DA's office involved in these just so that the DA's office is being used more by the PD, because I know in the past there was still a barrier between them.
But
Where
the
PD either doesn't
DA's
understand the
office,
DA's office.
if you give it to the DA's office to sign off solely, or at least partially, it does feel like, you know, the DA's office is like a lawyer for the PD a little bit to me. It's like they're always working, like, in tandem with them.
Well, that's kind of what they should be, in essence. Like, criminally lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe it's like, you know, either party, like, judge can sign off on it, or a DA can sign off on it. Open it up.
I don't... I still would like to avoid anyone but judges signing off on a warrant. Because
Okay.
a warrant is saying, right, a warrant is saying, through the courts, it has been found there is probable cause to arrest this guy, right? It
Yep.
is a good chance he committed this crime, right? And while a DA should be able to do that, or well, a DA should have the knowledge to be able to do that, I don't know if they should be able to sign off saying that.
I think I agree with you there. It shouldn't be the DA.
Now, what if... Because arrest warrants are one thing, right? They probably should be more simple, just because the necessity of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, search warrants, on the other hand, those are much more
serious, wide-ranging. If you fuck it up, people are going to be really upset.
If you mess it up, it leads to a much larger lawsuit.
Yep, we had a judge resign because they messed it up once. Because people are very upset at him.
I'm not surprised. What if search warrants had to go through the DA's office? Because what we can do is because I don't think there is a technical way for police to search houses right now. Like I don't think they're allowed to search houses right now.
No,
So
they
we
can't.
can
They can't
kinda-
raid it. They need to be let in.
Yeah, which I don't think the Supreme Court is letting the police do to that aspect. So by kind of slowly initiating the system, we can roll out the first phase of has to go through this form. They'll be formatted by the judges and signed off. And then later on, once the police are able to actually raid houses or when it gets close to that and police are comfortable with the process or kind of understand how it works, we can roll out the form will now be going through the DA to sign off on the search warrants.
So, wouldn't it be, since, search warrants is more serious, would it not be better to have arrest warrants go through the DA and then search warrants go through the judges, since they're more wide-ranging and take more responsibility?
I'm saying the search warrants need to go get pretty
Oh,
much signed
double
off for the
checked.
DA before it goes to the
Yes,
judges.
I
Yeah,
understand.
right?
I
That's,
think
like, I'm not
I think that's valid.
like basically the DA would be the one that formats that document and then we just sign it, right? That way we don't have to format the document. We just take a look at the evidence and say, yep, looks good. Right?
Yeah, because
But the DA
then
is
there's
checking
more
it.
accountability because it's going through
Exactly.
3 people. By that point.
Exactly,
It's
right?
going through the
Which-
officers sending in, and hopefully their supervisor, and then it's going through the DA and then us. Now, a counter offer, and I'm going to play devil's advocate because I
Yeah,
agree with
you're
your
good.
thing here. But devil's advocate would be, what if they need it really quick? I've seen situations where officers are on scene, like, waiting, and they have people basically there who are the homeowners. And, like, obviously they can't leave because they're just going to take out all their shit. So, like what... Is there a concern that the increased length for the increased accountability, is that trade-off worth it in your mind? Because in mine it
Yes.
is, right?
I think like that's a fair enough point, but at the same time, I know this district attorney, at least in the current phase, is, and like when I say DA, I don't mean the district attorney, I mean the DA's office, and I want to clarify
Yes,
that. So
of course.
anyone in the DA could sign off on this, and they'll make their own policy. Oh, prosecutors can't do this or whatever they want to do.
Mhm.
That's up to them. But I know the current DA is incredibly active. I know they're looking for another ADA. We have one already. I think their ability to sign off on this document, because they can also, right, formatting a document, they don't need to be in city for that, right? In the same way we don't need to be in city to sign off on the warrant.
No, we don't. It
It
would be nice.
would be nice, and I tried to, but right, like in those incredibly rushed situations, it's possible to get that done quicker, right?
Yes.
And at the same time, that way we just need to look at the evidence, right? We don't need to go through format the document and then look at the evidence and go through there, right? It's the DA looking at or formatting the document, going from there, and then the judges, which are likely less available than the DA's office, are just signing off on it, right? We don't need to,
Yep,
format
and
the
then it
document and whatnot.
holds, like, that's that final accountability check.
Exactly.
And then, I think it's 100% warranted for that to be that serious because of how serious a search warrant is. Right? Like, there needs to be a clarification put down. It's like, hey, you got your search warrant approved, but do not be taking legal shit. And send me pictures of everything. Or, I don't know if they would send pictures of that. I know they'll have to take some
Well,
of what they take.
they need to at least include a list of all items they've taken from the.
Oh yeah, there's a thing that I wanted to do in the past. I feel like it's like an accountability list, like where you give the homeowner the receipt of everything confiscated. And I remember that being a legal thing that I learned in the state of California, that was something that needed to be done. Like, left in the house, there's a note saying, here's everything that was taken,
Yeah.
And then here's the warrant attached. Because there's also points in time where, you know, you'll be raiding someone's house and, like, you know, how did they get that document?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. And I think with the current scene that we have, like the ability to make scenes and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
right? Those can last 72 hours
Yep.
and be tacked on a wall. That would work perfectly for that, right?
Do they last through research? Pretty sure they do, right?
I think they do.
Yeah.
Ah,
Because, like,
I
it's a daily thing, right? Like, it's there is a city tsunami daily, correct?
yeah.
So I had a thing set up yesterday, or sorry, the day before yesterday, and then we were in court, and then the day after we were in court, and the thing was still there.
That's true, actually. Yeah, no, I know because, well, I haven't been there. I know a few people that have seen scenes in the prison that have lasted for a few days now,
Yes.
due to multiple tsunamis.
So yeah, that
And,
could be
scrapings on
their
doors and stuff.
thing, and also
Yeah.
like we should know exactly who the homeowner is, including Discordia. So a message
Yes.
saying, you know, when you come home, you'll find this on your door, whatever.
And yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that would be a needed thing. Let me note that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna note that. in the-
I totally agree with that. Because then that guy can say, hey, I had this in my house. It's not listed here. Why was this taken? And it just lets them know, hey, their house was robbed by a police. Well, not robbed, but raided is what I meant. By police and not by someone else or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in my head for like 5 seconds.
Do you have cash on you?
I do.
Can you drop it, please, so I can get some more food?
Sure, do you mind grabbing me some?
Yep.
It's on the ground there.
I love in-character conversations like this. Really fun. And we're not done. We are going to be having a conversation like this for the next 3 hours. We got until 9:30 EST. And it's actually going to be 10 EST. I'm going to have to use the bathroom real quick. Alright, I need to use the bathroom.
Alright, sorry about that.
Yeah, I need to use the bathroom. It's in your pockets.
Alrighty,
I'll be back in a second.
thank you.
Give me a second, guys. Alright. Christ. Okay.
Sorry about that. You're back.
Good.
Alright. Alright, so we left off.
Left off with leaving a receipt for the homeowner by a Discordian and inside their house.
Yes. Also, you're writing these things down, right? Or
I'm jotting some things down. I'm not doing a very
Perfect.
good job, but
that's fine.
it is all recorded technically.
That's also true. All right, that works. That works fine as long as we have some record of what we're talking about.
Yeah, we definitely have a record. It's no problem.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's good for the search warrants. So they'll need to fill out the form, which I think we can work on in a second here or later, whatever. And the good news is with the form is we can force them to put the report, like the actual information from the report in there.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can actually see stuff.
Yeah, we did have access to the MDT. We lost it really recently.
Yeah, that's. I think. Well, I think there's the issue with the PDs, witch hunting and stuff. So.
I've actually had a conversation with that with with the things, and I was assured it wouldn't happen. However, I was told that from the Supreme Court that PDs would never get access to MDT, and we'd
Which is
have to
fair
find
enough.
an alternative. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have access, nor the district attorney.
But you know what? If the government does split the PDs so that they show up in the services app, our jobs could have access to the MDT. Because I'm assuming the reason we don't have access is because it would give access to all the DOJ.
Yeah, but also that could be like like you need the terminal thing.
That's true. Like, do you actually need like?
Yeah, you actually need it. I actually
Oh.
have it on me, and I can't use it because I don't have access now. But
Then
I
why
did.
aren't we doing that? Like,
I don't know.
all right, maybe that's something we talk about or talk to the government about.
So there's search warrants. There's asset forfeiture. Obviously, there's something that needs to be done with search warrants. I think the same policy that we literally just talked about is fine, which is like it goes through the district attorney, and then it goes through us for final sign off, and the format of that doesn't really matter.
Sorry,
not-
that's for search warrants or arrest
For
warrants?
for search warrants that
Yeah.
it goes through the two people, because the format isn't a huge deal, because obviously it's not going to be super complicated for law enforcement, but like that's some high end stuff. I don't think any normal cop is going to be filling those things out.
You're talking about the form needs to not be complicated, or
I'm saying that
the document?
I'm saying that the document that the cops fill out is not. It's not a huge deal of how complicated it is, because the people who are going to be filling it out aren't going to be regular cops. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I'm lost.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
we talked about basically having it so that the cops would fill out a form, like a Google form, right?
Yep.
And then we would format the information for arrest warrants, and for search warrants, it would be the DA's office, formatting that information onto the document, right?
Yes. So what I'm saying is how the information gets to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
So the method of that isn't
okay.
Isn't a massive deal. I still don't want it to be super complicated, but like
I think
the person who fills it out is going to be someone who's going to be like knowledgeable about that stuff anyway.
Yeah. And I think a Google form works. It's pretty
Simple.
easy. It's pretty. The Google form works because it tells you what to put where.
Yep.
Right.
And we can use examples and everything.
Exactly. So that works.
Yep.
And then for the arrest warrants, we can just fill those out, right? We don't need the DA's sign off on those. Is that what we discussed? Or
Yeah, we
finalized?
don't want to, because we don't want to delay that too much.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Though I think in the future, if the DA's office expands, we could always look into that. But for now, I think it's fine. For now.
Yeah, I think it does need to be noted that arrest warrants are an instant. Like, it's not an instant thing. It's not a speedy thing.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So-
Like arrest, because that's also the thing, right? Arrest warrants, like you have a bolo for temporary,
Mhm.
like while that officer's on duty, that has that probable cause. But that arrest warrant, so that other officers, when that one officer isn't around, can do it. So, anyway, asset forfeiture warrants, good. What else?
It's two important things. Let me look at the actual drive, because that will help. So we got legal notices. Is there anything you wanted to change with the time attached to vehicle impound?
Ooh, good call.
Because we
Let me see
wrote
this.
that with the feedback of, or sorry, I wrote that with the feedback of the O1s, and I was told that there was a change wanted to make them lower.
The police want them lowered,
Yes. Because the criminals wanted it lowered.
which makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't want to be too crazy.
Sorry, I'm just having issues actually finding this drive.
Yeah, I linked it in the DOJ chat. In the judge chat, specifically. Get it and then bookmark it.
Yeah.
So, Class 6 felony is 1 to 2 days. Class 5 felony is 3 to 4. And it goes up by 1 on each section. So 3 turns into 5. Well, actually, it goes up by 2. So 3 turns into 5 and 4 turns into 6. And so on and so forth.
Do we know what's the like?
Are you talking about common charges that we were looking
No,
for?
no, no. What's the maximum time that the impound system works that's not permanent?
I do not know. Let me see if I actually have access. No. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know when I last looked at it, so I can't even look. I'm sure it's long. Like, I'm pretty sure it's pretty long. Like, I think it goes up to weeks. Weeks with an S.
Yeah.
So, like, I wouldn't be for, like, increasing any of these.
I don't like I. What
You're
if
really loud
we
now. What
gave
just
the
happened?
option to have a larger range?
Like, to give police more leeway?
To give police more leeway, but also so that if a police decides, if the police decides, hey, this has been used, whatever, they can impound it for longer. And there's no reason that we cannot have a trial for a mini trial, whatever you want to call it, to release that vehicle earlier. I'm assuming we'd be able to make that call of, hey, this needs to be released, earlier than whatever.
Well, something we need to remember is I'm pretty sure the automatic release is broken. So that means it needs to be manually let out.
I don't think. Is it? No, it's not.
It is like that.
Is it?
I've seen stuff where it's like, hey, this has been impounded for 2 weeks, and it's crossed out, but it's still there.
Well, that's because I think some officers just don't check that people can impound the vehicle themselves.
Maybe. I've heard there were some problems.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also looking at this, and honestly, I think the times are fine, to be honest. Like, I think. Give me one second.
Because, yeah, Class 1 does say that it is held for asset forfeiture trial.
Yeah.
Which kind of, like, maybe that contradicts our whole thing about asset forfeiture a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was something I was going to mention is, hey, maybe we get rid of that and set it to, like, 2 weeks or whatever. Because Class 1, I think, is literally terrorism and first-degree murder.
Which we just had one. They didn't get their car seized.
Well, fair enough.
Which could have happened.
But then again, that vehicle wasn't used in that commission of the crime, right? So it makes sense that his vehicle didn't get seized.
Yep.
Right, these are for times when the vehicle is used in the commission of the crime. So I think we could set that at like 2 weeks, right? That should give plenty of time for the trial where they have time to pull that asset forfeiture trial if they want.
Yeah, I'm not gonna change it right now because this is an active document.
Yeah, I got you. The other thing I was thinking is putting misdemeanors in there as well instead of just felonies. At least Class 1 misdemeanor, because unlawful flight is a Class 1 misdemeanor.
I think unlawful flight should be increased to Class 6.
That's also true.
To get away from that problem entirely. Because, like, obviously, like, why the hell is it a misdemeanor? I don't know. I think there was an argument in the past about, you know, everybody does it every single time, so you're basically just stacking charges at that point. But also, like,
But at the same time, keep the change the classification, keep the fine in time. And
Yeah.
shouldn't be an issue.
I mean, yeah.
So maybe
just
that's something we
in-
talk about then. If that's the case, if we do change that, then that's fine. Because that makes more sense.
Yeah, and I was told that that was up the grapevine, but I don't know, like, where it went. Like, I was told that, like, that was like a, oh, this is coming out next update or whatever. So, like, it should already be, like, in the MDT, but I don't know. But I don't know, like, the thing is with this specific thing is I don't know how much agency we have to change stuff like that. Because it's got a little bit confusing when I was talking to the mayor. So I don't know where their authority starts and where it stops. And I'm not going to know until a member of the Supreme Court tells me.
Yeah.
Because I just don't know. I don't know where it is. Where's the line?
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, like, judges should have full authority to modify, change, and do that as long as there's, like, a public announcement about it. But also, like, that goes to a point of, like, what the hell would you have, like a public official should have a lot of say around laws, shouldn't they?
What if the public official has the authority to either to add laws, right, where we can't create new
Let me
laws,
just
but they
look.
can, because that more makes sense, right?
There is I remember there was a specific thing. Let me go read it.
Because if they have the ability to add or scrap laws, or even not even scrap laws, just the ability to add laws or modify descriptions of laws or definitions of laws, where we control the classification, fine, and time of those laws.
So what it says specifically is participate in discussions pertaining to adding / changing / removing laws. So it says participate.
Participate. Okay.
And then there's subpoints, which says mayor will be present for conversations regarding law changes to law book. The mayor can bring any existing laws to a vote for removal, modification, or modification as appropriate. Voting will be brought to the civilians of the state. Any new laws can be brought to a vote by the mayor, but all new additions must be approved by the Department of Justice.
So basically, we can make changes. So from what I'm hearing, we can make changes to the law book. And the mayor can also, but the mayor needs the public's vote from the public.
Yeah.
Okay.
Per this.
That makes sense. That I like. And the mayor is able to have a conversation, like, be part of all discussions with us for law book changes. That would make sense, actually, yeah.
Yeah, let me just check, because I remember I did ask a council member about this. Let me see if I have that conversation that can we reference. I can't find it. Yeah, I remember someone making a point about it being changed, but I don't see anything here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see it.
Maybe this is something we make a ticket with the government about and ask them.
Yeah.
All right, I'll.
Because I definitely don't want to. I don't want to step
make
on any
that.
toes about that, because obviously the law book's pretty fucking sacred.
Yeah. No, I got you.
But you know, we're also we're put in this position by them, so there should be some trust there. Or at least I was. I don't know. I don't know how you got your job.
Yeah, I got thrown in by a government official.
Hmm.
But I think it was after a vote from the government. So, if the high courts are voting us in, then I think it's.
I
clear that we
don't
have
think I was
credibility.
voted in. I think I kind of just got given it. I'm gonna be honest.
That's possible. I don't know.
Because like
I have a
it
feeling
was
that
just in case, and no one else was interested. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
this looks fun. Okay, so search warrants solved, arrest warrants solved, legal notices being solved. Templates are attached to search warrants and arrest warrants. SOP. Should we have an SOP?
Yes.
What would be in this SOP? Are SOPs out of date? Do we still need them?
I think we need an SOP. I think it would be good to have basic information about how the DOJ operates, restrictions on the DOJ. So, for example, whether it be like, hey, public defenders are not able to take money from people for cases,
Or
right? Because
like,
that is just spoken word, right? That's not written down anywhere, I don't think.
yeah, and also for right now, us not recognizing fleeing felon as spoken word. And also,
Yes,
we
that's
haven't
also
we
true.
haven't went through the amendments and said which ones we agree with, which one we don't, which we could, like the whole like constitution stuff and all that
The
shit,
constitutional amendments?
all of it, like the main stuff. So like constitutional
you.
stuff, like is there anything that doesn't make sense in the city, and
Mhm.
also like the main Supreme Court like case.
Though I
case law
think
stuff.
those things, to be honest, should be more of a public notice to.
Because the thing is, like a lot of police have been acting under the impression that like they don't follow every single case law and they don't follow every single like United States amendment stuff, like the constitutional stuff.
That's concerning because one of the amendments is like, the right to not be searched unreasonably.
Yes.
Like that, I think that was a
There's a
discussion
lot
I
of
had
there's
with
a
a
lot of
government
things
official at
that,
one point.
like,
It's like, oh no, we're not in the States. You better hope we are.
There's a lot of things like that that are a little complicated that need to be clarified by people like us to make sure it's like, hey, we're going to list you everything either we recognize or we don't, or we're going to do a summary of it, which will probably take a really long time because I don't know how many of those there are. I would imagine there's a lot. So, like there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things we could be working on to make it to where it's a little bit more formatted and less like tongue-in-cheek thing of like, hey, we recognize this, and like everything else is kind of like, doing the thing.
Mhm.
Because like there's a lot of things in there that are useful. Like if fleeing felon law wasn't not recognized, like that would be an everyday occurrence at every shooting involving officers. Would be, he was a fleeing felon, I shot him in the back. Because like everybody's a felon.
The thing is, that case is so widely misinterpreted by the city, and I think that's why it's not allowed. If it was actually allowed and followed the way it actually should be,
Slippery
I
slope.
don't think we would have any issues. But the issue is people don't understand it.
I got meetings to do, Wolf.
Because if I'm not mistaken, and I may be mistaken here, but if I'm not mistaken, it's basically, hey, if this guy's gonna commit more, if it would cause danger to let this guy go, then if it would cause more danger to let him go than to put him down, then you can.
The
for
question
example-
that would be proposed, though, would be, is there any aspect of any point would there be someone who's running away who would, you would be allowed to shoot?
The biggest
the
thing
answer
is
is
active
yes.
shooters. The police already do, in essence, use it. Is active shooters. Is even if they're not actively shooting. If they have been shooting, they have a gun in hand. I believe, unless it was changed, the police are told to shoot on sight.
I don't know if that's exactly true. To my knowledge, the way it's been working is that they need to it needs to be there's a little in head time frame, right? It's just like they just shot somebody, they are moving to a different position. While they're moving, you can shoot them, obviously. But if it's been 5 minutes,
Well, yeah, well, exactly.
or
right, and that's
or fucking 2 minutes, then you probably shouldn't be shooting them.
Exactly, and that's kind of what that's still part of the fleeing felon is like, okay, if he hasn't shot anyone, is he actually going to shoot someone again? Right?
Mhm.
Or is he just getting into a better spot to shoot someone? If that's the case, then shoot him. If not, don't. Right?
Yeah, but
But
then
I
like
also
we
know,
need to rely on people like law enforcement, normal law enforcement interpreting it,
yeah,
and a lot of people will
yes.
misinterpret it, and it will
Oh,
piss
for
people
sure.
off.
And I also know that there is no way we or anyone could convince the government to allow that case law. Doesn't matter
You're
what
not
we
going to convince
say.
me to allow it.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It will not get allowed. So I'm not too worried about it.
yeah. Like maybe there's like a way in our thing where we have a different case law that kind of like speaks to like, you know, in active shooter situations you could do it, but like it would need to be so different that it wouldn't be worth adding.
Yeah.
Because it is
Well,
a slippery slope.
I think basically, yeah. So I guess to kind of go back is the SOP is needed. It should outline our standard operating procedures, huh? I wonder why. It should outline kind of, the rules we have for our public defenders, our DA's office, the judges. For example, like, hey, how can the judges make changes to the law book? That would be in there, right? Public defenders can't take money. And as for actual amendments and things like that we don't follow, that I think should be a public notice from the courts because that affects everyone, right? So stuff that only affects the DOJ should be in that SOP, whereas everything else that could affect or does affect other people in the city would be a public notice.
Yeah, I think it would be easier for everybody if everyone knew exactly what case law we followed and
Yeah.
exactly what, like, if there's anything in the constitutional that would not work here.
Yeah, and I think all we should do with that is basically say blanket statement of, federal case laws we follow except for this and this, right? So
Yeah, and then we can speak to, like, do we follow, like, state constitutional stuff and shit.
to be honest, I think it was an argument that we are in essence a separate state, so we don't follow any but our own, and I think that's a decent idea. We should have the ability because that way we can create our own case laws by having cases.
I mean, yeah, like we could have a few cases where it's like, it's like there's a case law of specific things around drugs. It's like there's a limit of how many drugs constitutes drug trafficking.
Exactly.
Which could really add some nuance to what we do, and
Yeah.
really, really change it up to be like some hardcore shit. But could be fun.
It could be. It would be. I think. I hope. But yeah, so I think that stuff should be public notice, and we definitely will have to go through the Constitution amendments and all that jazz. I don't think there's anything that we shouldn't follow. And like,
yeah, it's
we're
only
not
stuff
gonna
when you
find
think
everything.
about it in context, right?
Exactly. Like there will be a time when it's like, oh, we should not have allowed that. But at the same time, there's way too many case laws to go through federally that.
How many
there's-
case laws are there? Do you know?
Like,
are we talking hundreds or thousands?
probably somewhere between around 1,000. Because I mean, think about it. Like,
I mean, what if we did it to where we didn't recognize any case law until we found it in the city and made it?
I don't think so because there's, for the most part, most of these cases will be good to go, and if the public defenders are able to use them, I think they should be able to without coming to us for an approval or whatever. And trying to approve everything before would be much bigger hassle than trying to deny the 5 or 6 case laws that don't.
I mean,
make
we could
sense.
literally approve it mid-case, or like to say it's like, yep, like he brings up the argument, he or she brings up the argument of per this versus this person, this is completely invalid because police can, search you on a traffic stop without, or sorry, take you out on a traffic stop without any reason or cause, passive cause for traffic stop. So like, they could bring that up and it's like, It's like, hey, that's a good point, or like, hey, I don't think we should recognize this. You can either talk about it in courts, like, it's my opinion that we shouldn't recognize this. We'll convene a council between the judges, and we'll decide. And then we can adjourn court, or we can just have it to where the one judge has agency on that, which is probably not the best idea. It's probably better to be
Yeah.
communicative, but
I think it would be better to have it be like if there's a certain case law that's like, hey, this shouldn't be used in the city. I think it should be a case in itself where it's like, hey, this is why this shouldn't be in the city, unless obviously it's like, hey, you can shoot someone because you can shoot someone, whatever, right? Like something
yeah, like you
very
can get
blatantly stupid.
you
Then
can get
at that
people to
point, we
show
can
up.
toss it.
You can have like a roundtable meeting about it. Get members of law enforcement to speak to it. Get members of like city council, maybe get some people from the Supreme Court to even show up, maybe. Like,
Exactly,
you
right?
could
Like
have
I
a
think
cool
it would be
thing.
better to have that happen to deny a case law than to have it where we approve every single case, because that would just be a pain. Because there are so much things where it's just like there's just so many nuances that is just very common practice that trying to approve everything just would take way too long. Like, I mean, biggest one, right? Obviously, it's something we'd approve pretty quickly, but Arizona, or I think it's Arizona v. Miranda, right? I think it's Arizona. I don't know. But
You're
the
talking
Miranda,
Miranda
case
rights,
law.
right?
Yeah, Miranda rights, right? That was a case law.
Yeah, and that one's like fundamental.
Exactly, right? Like, so if we try and just go through, it would take a long time to try and approve everything rather than deny stuff, because there really isn't much. Because think about it, in the entire time the DOJ has been around, there really has only been one case law that someone's tried to use that was told, no, we're not using this in the state, and that's Tennessee v. Garner, the fleeing felon.
Yeah.
Right, so I think it's better that we just deny on a case by case basis. Like we can go through and try and check some, like, and see, hey, okay, yeah, this shouldn't be in there, but
Yeah,
in the
I would
event that it's
imagine that
used.
the Constitution's a little bit more manageable.
I don't think there's anything in the Constitution or amendments that we wouldn't want to keep.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read it personally, so like we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So I wrote a few things about that. Police notice to be made for amendments to case law, and we should go through the Constitution and case law, and I think that's it. Because like I don't need to speak to what we just spoke about, where we're like deciding stuff. That's a given.
I finally remembered what it was we were talking about.
Go ahead.
Roxanne Cheddar looking at getting it revoking his license for a week or suspending it.
Yes.
That's what it was. Jeez.
Yes, so I was told from Just In Case that the procedure is that you commit one crime, your thing revoked for 30 days, and if you commit a crime within that time, you get your bar license revoked. Let me give a specific, because I did write this down.
I don't know about 30 days, and I do think contempt of court shouldn't be a case that would get someone revoked immediately. If someone's being
To
an
be clear,
absolute
I
idiot
don't.
in the court, then yes, and like that, yeah, I was an idiot, but
In my mind, the only thing that someone should get their job removed for in judge stuff, or sorry, in court stuff, is corruption.
yes.
Because that's the way it works for law enforcement.
Though, to be fair, if someone, well, I think there are a few cases that may end up that we should maybe look at removing people, but I think those can come up on a case by case basis. Just like something like, oh, hey, a public defender pulls a gun and blasts the judge in middle of court,
Yeah.
like that, right? But again, I think for the case like that, I really don't think contempt of court should ever, on its own, suspend someone's license. Can it trigger, hearing to suspend their license if they've been stupid? Sure, but and if it's a recurring occurrence, if it's recurring, then obviously, but just that in itself isn't. But again, I think that guy is questionable. I don't know.
Oh, I do have something specific in my document of many things, it speaks about approving laws. A law proposal will go to the mayor. The mayor will decide if it needs a public vote or not, and then the mayor will bring the public vote results, or the proposed law is brought to us. We need to have a unanimous approval from both of us for it to be passed and approved. Could be overruled by chief judge.
Okay.
So that was something else I made a point of.
And you was that given by the government, or was that something
That
you made?
well, that was from Austin. Or sorry, that was from Case.
I got you. Yeah. I think it still would be good to talk to the government about it, because when was that?
Jesus Christ, that was when I joined.
Yeah. So I think well, we've got this ticket, so.
And
hopefully
here
we
is
can
the
discuss.
specific on what I was just referring to with the stuff. Judges are responsible for disciplining lawyers and PD, not private lawyers. In the event that someone is caught during a crime, they are subject to up to 30-day suspension of their bar license. We won't, quote-unquote, fire them on a first offense. Repeated offenses would be ground for termination. Can't do any crime up during the suspension.
I like that. And up to 30 days sounds better than 30 days.
Yeah.
I'm glad for that.
And also, since you weren't here during this conversation, Case is open to appointing lawyers, just sending it, right? Like, not doing, like, a major interview process, and maybe we should talk about that. But not doing a major interview process, just bringing them in.
I think we can talk about that in a bit here. But yeah, that makes sense for disciplining and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So do we want to because I think you said you had previous experience with Cheddar being just dumb. Is there are you wanting to suspend his license for a bit here, or?
I want to, personally, I want to speak to him about talking over my courtroom and, give him the whole dad talk of, I'm disappointed, just because, it is, you shouldn't be acting like that. I didn't even know he was a lawyer until I had an officer tell me, or a PD.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it is unacceptable that he did that. Does he need a suspension for it? No, he doesn't. It's stupid. It's contempt of court is not really a crime, in my mind. Obviously he spent some time in a cell, but it's not a big deal.
And we have that discretion. We can always just say, you know what, you can go sit in the cell for a bit.
Yeah.
Go be in the corner until you learn your lesson.
Yeah, because
pay $500
I will
for it.
hold anybody in contempt if I think that they are being a nuisance and they've already been warned, which in that case they were.
Yep.
I told him
that
fuck
was
around, find
definitely-
out, and he started fucking around. And he found out.
That was definitely a valid or a good contempt of court charge. I figured that was coming.
Yeah. That was my first contempt.
I think if I ever charge someone with contempt of court, I won't send them to Bolingbroke. It'll probably just be here, go sit in the cells in the basement for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever.
You
it is.
are committed to walking up Mount Chiliad. Walking. No running. Walking up and then walking down.
You must. You know what?
We
Send
could do
them to go
that. That'd be really funny.
different kind of punishments.
Yep.
Be interesting. You must go to Uwu Cafe, get food for everyone here, and bring it back on foot.
You must go to Uwu Cafe and then do the hardest order there yourself.
Yeah, oh yeah. You must make everyone food for this court.
That would be fucking awful.
That'd be
Apparently,
funny, though.
that shit's really complicated.
Oh yeah. So it's something.
Yeah, my document's so full of stuff.
But yeah,
So-
I think we can definitely talk to him and.
What would
there.
what would we put in the SOP? What else do you think would be necessary? Because I feel like the city is kind of moving away from SOPs, and it's probably for good reason because they do get a little complicated. I feel like we've been running pretty smoothly without it. It's just SOPs are kind of pretty pivotal of how things work on the back end.
I think SOP is just a good way of having everything down in written. It's basically, I don't know. It's having stuff in writing on what to do, so we can always reach back and say, hey, do this. right?
Yeah.
I think basically what I'm thinking the SOP should have is a description of what the different roles are and responsibilities are. You know, judges do this, PDs do this, private lawyers do this. How to become a private lawyer would be good to have. If we make any restrictions to being on duty or what those restrictions are, like guidelines for being marked on duty and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just some
it's
basic general
basically
information.
just like any general thing that needs to be a guideline. Period.
Exactly. And just a place that we can put guidelines to it, right? We can always add, you know, I guess not even that. We can just put additional amendments to it as different documents. But yeah, just a basic guideline of how the DOJ operates as a whole.
Yeah.
That way we don't
And
just have pinned messages in Discordia that are.
that brings us to a very important conversation. I arguably would say it's more important than SOP, and that's training. Should we have training documents? Should we be training people on how to do this shit? Because it's really fucking complicated. Because the way I did it was I just searched up everything I could, and I read everything I could, and I wrote it down, and I read that, and I got a basis of understanding. That goes right alongside mock trials. What would be more efficient? Doing a mock trial that's kind of like a police academy, or having someone read a document, or having someone watch a video?
All of the above. A mock trial is a good way to finalize your information and get it, right?
In my mind, the mock trial would be the easiest to do and achieve.
It is. The mock trial would be easiest to achieve, easiest to do, but I think the mock trial is more similar to the police's like phases in the previous where they used to have an academy, right? Where you'd learn the stuff and then you'd apply it, right? In a controlled environment. This kind of leads back to what I brought a long time ago with a chief public defender. Back when I was a chief public defender, right? I knew a lot of stuff because I did a lot of research on my own, just like you, to figure out stuff because there wasn't much anyone else. And then I would go through and I would, you know, show people, here's how to do court. I would be in court with them for the first try. I would bring them to court to see what it's like and everything and go over everything with them, right? Kind of have an actual teaching period with them. And it's kind of hard as judges to do that because kind of hard for us to be in court with them to help them out in court when need be. I think with mock trials like that can work to help them out. And maybe a document that we can use to train someone would be good. But the other thing is, and like I brought to you, is making a video on how to be a lawyer. Like not a step-by-step guide, but kind of just, you know, here's your guide to objections, here's case law, here's how the proceedings of court work, here's what the different courts are, like what an arraignment is, sentencing, all that stuff. Right? Because a video is more easier followed for most people.
Yeah, I feel like you could format a document or a video very, very well if it's structured properly. And obviously I have the tools and means to do this very well, but like you could format it to where it's just like very simple to understand. You have your start, your middle, your end. What is at to start? You have your opening statements. You explain like what an opening statement entails, why is it important, who needs to do it, who doesn't. Then you can speak about, and I actually have this for myself. So let me just pull it up.
What was this, sir?
So I have a, like the thing that we're talking about doing, I have this already. Like I made it for myself. So let me read it a little bit. So like in my document, I explain like the role of the judge, right? What the judge does. So like they wear many hats. They're trying to be independent, impartial, in the pursuit of justice. The judge is the ruler of courtroom. They decide all matters on procedure and whatever. It speaks about objections. It speaks about if evidence should be admitted and how it is. It speaks to the trier of the fact. It speaks to like jury trials and stuff like that. And then
was this a document you made, or
this is a document I made for myself. This is the judge stuff cheat sheet.
would you be able to let me see that, or?
Maybe I'll think about it. But I also
Alright,
have like
alright.
a little thing that says trial, and then it's like I have two bases of understanding of what I learned. So like trial, my first understanding of trials would be like prosecution goes first. They have an opening statement. They have evidence and testimonial, and I also have a note of the person that they are against is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And then it goes to defense. They go cross. They go counter. Like they don't have to have an opening statement. So like I have a lot of shit in this document. This is my be all end all cheat sheet.
Yeah, and I think it would be good for, whether you want to use that or if you want us to make a separate one for the public, like not public, but for other people to use.
Yeah, my
But
document is
as for
chaos.
judges,
My document is like the ramblings of a madman. It's just certain things that I'm picking up. Like there's questions that I asked just in case that I have wrote down and answered.
That's fair enough.
And then I have like a little thing on about discovery, which was something I wanted to read because apparently discovery is really complex.
Discovery is something else, yeah.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of things in there. But like it is very possible to format it in like, Act 1. The prosecutor comes in, he tells his opening statement, and then you add a point of like, hey, the prosecutor's opening statement and their closing argument should be the exact fucking same and not changed at all. Because apparently, if it changes, like that's wrong, right? It should everything they say should be able to prove what they said in their statement. At least that's what I've learned.
Opening statement and closing statement should be the same.
Not like the same stuff. It's just like there's nothing that should be contradicting each other because they should be proving exactly what they were saying.
Yeah, because I can't. Oh shoot, I gotta research or look this up. Because one of them has to be factual stuff. The other you can say what you want.
Yeah, I think it's opening statement has to be factual. Closing argument is like, here's what you see in the day. Here's what you should think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But it's hard to read my document because it's chaos.
It's all good. But basically, it would be good to have a document and then use that document to basically make a video of, hey, here's how things work. Also, maybe just making a video of a mock trial would work too. Like, even if we can't run mock trials as frequently because it's a pain to write a mock trial and actually get all the information going. And, well, we could always, get stuff from other people. It's a pain.
I mean, I wouldn't say you would have to write it if you just used a copy of someone who did an actual trial.
That's true, but the issue is with mock trials is getting everyone to know what they need to know for the case, right? So the witness needs to know this. This is what the witness knows in character, right? And then here's who's playing that.
Oh, this is so meta.
And whoever's playing that character knows.
Not metagaming or anything. Like he's talking in character about someone else talking in character, but from an in character standpoint.
But everyone actually knows what happened because they were there or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's valid, and I think I think you could do a mock trial like it's just a recording of an actual trial, and you're just like discussing it from the back end. It's like now the prosecutor goes and talks. Here's what their argument is. Here's why they're saying it. Here's what they're saying. Here's what they could say maybe, if you wanted to go really in depth with it, because it is really complicated, right? And I think the best way to keep everything about DOJ simple is to do something like that, where you are the jumping off point. You are the in between learning actual law and learning pseudo law technically. So, like that's what DOJ, the training of DOJ should be.
Yeah.
So yeah, it could be very complicated, but I think we both agree we need training.
Yes, we definitely do, because it is and I think we both knew this because we both didn't really have much people to learn off of when we joined.
It's fucking hard.
It's hard.
It's really hard. It's really intimidating.
It is.
There's a reason why it takes so many years in fucking school to learn this bullshit.
Yeah. And even then, you're learning off of someone else, right? You're not doing that research by yourself. So.
Alright, let me give some preemptive warnings to the cop people. 'Cause we're 30 some odd out, right?
Alright, gotcha. Do you know who all is coming?
I know Atkins and Tedson are coming.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I gotta find something. Something very old. I think this was back when I was in ADA, which was a long time ago. It was something me and the district attorney were working on. I just messaged it to you. It's not anywhere near complete, nor was it. It was kind of partially worked, and then the district attorney got shot, so.
I like the second page. As it's like one of the few pages that you can actually see.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could, the way this is formatted, you could format like a court breakdown just like that.
Exactly, right?
Like just like, you know,
And
in positions and stuff.
basically making a video off of this slideshow, like if it were to complete, obviously, right? If it had everything, right, it would be pretty solid video and would make sense on how things go. And you could do this while, you know, the visuals are an actual courtroom and how everything works, right? And you can kind of see the lesson. Never mind, there's 3 lessons. All right. But basically, like something like this would be interesting to learn because it would be something that they could go through slowly, right? There's 4 separate areas that you would learn and go from there.
Yeah, training is going to be a very complicated thing, and I feel
It
like
will be.
SOP needs to come first, obviously.
Yes. Yes.
Because there's got to be a lot of things that we've decided.
Yeah, because part of the training will be, you know, SOP stuff. So.
Okay, holy shit, there's so many things.
Yeah.
Christ.
It's a good thing we sat down and talked.
Yeah.
We killed the time, that's for sure.
Yeah, we really
Jeez.
did.
Like, I didn't even realize how close it was to the meeting with the PD. Wow.
Let me write this
I
down.
think we sat here for 2 hours already, talking. That is insane.
Noted that, what we just talked about. It's funny that we just talked for 30 minutes about one topic and I only wrote one sentence, which technically covers everything we just talked about because it's either a video document, mock trial, or all of the above. That's it.
Yep.
It's one of those
Yep.
fucking things, man. Christ.
And really, mock trials would be good to have for the DOJ. Like, not even just as training, just
It would be so good,
refresher.
period.
And it would be fun if we had, you know, people able to watch it, right? It gets people interested in the DOJ, especially if we make these mock trials
Public?
fun cases.
We can make them public.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely make it public. But make them fun cases that are interesting, right? We could increase interest in the DOJ.
Oh.
And I've got an old law teacher that I might be able to contact or get in touch with who I know did a mock trial with me in our class before. Might be able to figure out how she found like where she gets mock trial information, if she has to pay for them or she just searches them up or what. So I might be able to get a couple of cases.
Pretty easy to be creative, though.
And actually, I think it is easy to be creative, but it's hard. Like I said, the hardest thing is getting everyone to know what they need to know, right?
Yeah, they're basically actors.
They're actors, yeah, but they need to know a set information, right?
Yeah, you could have them like a document package where they can just have it on a third eye.
Actually, give me once. I wonder if I still have access to this.
Dude, I'm so hungry IRL. This is fucking crazy. But I don't have time. We gotta do these meetings. Good ice.
I don't. What a shame, because it was a good mock trial case, actually. I think I played the prosecuting attorney.
Okay, is there anything else we need to discuss?
Uh,
There was a lot there.
there was. Some good discussions, though.
I know
Hmm.
someone made the request that we should be able to simplify MTT stuff to the way they receive MDT information,
What
like
do you
the
mean?
subpoenas. It's like, is there a way to make it simpler for a lawyer to get like reports? Like, should that be like a Google form where it's like, you know, they have for approval, they can check it. There was a request by someone who left.
All that is it basically we just need a subpoena, right? A subpoena form.
Yeah, because the way it
Although-
works right now is I just tell law enforcement, say, hey, give them this information.
Yeah, we can always make it because again, like I think it's acceptable for the lawyers to deal with more, like not super complex, but more complicated than what the PD needs to deal with paperwork,
Mm-hmm.
right? So like we can always actually I think we have an old one. I double check it though.
Definitely in the templates area.
Yeah, I just don't remember if it was too complicated or not. It's not bad.
Oh, yeah, I remember this fucking shit.
It's not bad. Like I think it needs to be changed a bit because some of this is just weird.
Yeah, you remember when I was talking about complicated? This is the shit I was talking about. This is the shit that's overly complicated.
Yes.
I think
But
this could be simplified by a dumb person like me.
it could definitely be simplified. But I think the basic of it
Or at least
makes
guided
sense.
messaging where it's like, this is where you put this. Like, this is what's supposed to go here. Or it could be a fucking, you know.
Which to be fair,
This could be what the
mostly
people
is.
write up.
It mostly is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like judge or division, get rid of division, signing judge or whatever. Case number. Plaintiffs makes sense. Person
I
subpoena,
remember what the
defendants.
problem was. It's like the law enforcement people would just fill everything out. And they wouldn't leave anything blank. That was the issue,
Yes.
because they couldn't figure out which thing, and by we, I mean me, couldn't figure out what thing they'd leave on thing, and it was really fucking hard.
So what if we just do that? Choose one. That's it.
Yeah, this is something that putting in the notes.
Because I don't think that's too bad, right? Like, because
Making
to be
the
honest,
notes.
police shouldn't be doing a subpoena. I don't know
No.
why they were.
No, they shouldn't. It should be. Well, wait, no. Police don't have lawyers, so they were requesting subpoenas to get like where someone lived. That was the
Oh,
thing.
that's true.
Because they
I
needed
get, yeah,
to get
no,
that.
that makes sense. That makes sense. I guess.
Like, how do we do that? And also, like, where the fuck is that shit documented? Like, do we have access to that?
What? DA records?
Bro, I'm busy.
No, we'd
Fuck a
have to actually.
debate.
It would have to be an actual subpoena, basically D8 or whatever. I think D8 has records. I can double check that, but
Yeah, I think there needs to be some kind of thing from the mayor to say that there is actual, like, records that we can have people allowed access to. Like, temporarily. Or at least, like, maybe, like, because we can't, we need to be, like, a third party who are not, don't have any, like, investments or whatever. Maybe it's just us who give that information per subpoenas. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Because there
The
was
issue
a
with that
problem.
is-
There was a problem where law enforcement would always have access, and they just wouldn't request a subpoena to just look and see where he lives.
Yeah. Right. I think.
And I'm
Because
also
there's
in a
so much
debate of my
information,
own
right? Because anything
power.
should be able to get subpoenaed, right? Whether
Yeah,
they
with
have that
the proper
information.
cause.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and whether they actually have that information or don't, that's doesn't really matter. You can subpoena whatever you want.
Phone
If I subpoena
records.
Dynasty 8 and say, hey, I want the home records for this poster, and there's no home records, they just say, here you go. Here's nothing. Yeah, so the Dynasty 8 do have sales logs. They don't have a actual where everyone lives, but you know what? That's whatever. If they choose to format their information poorly and they have to go through, it's on them. If they get subpoenaed.
Do you remember the problem that when that wasn't done properly?
Yes.
Where you had people living out in the fucking middle of the ocean because there was no accountability?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that shouldn't be happening.
Well,
Because that
you
could be happening right now. We wouldn't know.
I don't think it is. But who knows? Maybe it is, maybe it's not.
I'm fixing my sleeping schedule today, I'll tell you that. Fuck.
Well, there you go.
Just gonna message Rodney just to make sure, because there is a mayor debate happening.
Yeah.
I'm like, motherfucker, I'm in a debate of my own. I'm here trying to figure out the future of this goddamn city.
Exactly.
Fuck's sakes. It's just important. Or at least the future of DOJ, that's for sure.
So, for this subpoena template, like, is there anything else you think that we should change? Or, because I don't think there's, like, I think...
I don't know how much brain power I have left to think about that. At
That's
least
fair.
at this very moment.
I think... Actually, I'm going to remove judge or division.
Judge should be at the bottom.
Yeah,
It
Yeah,
should
I
just be a
don't really
sign
know.
off thing.
It is gone.
So the question is like, who is filling this out?
It probably would be the police. if they need to, but for the most part, it would likely be lawyers. Right, but I think at
If
the
it's
same time,
ever police, we gotta remember that we would understand. Like, some people don't know what plaintiff means. They don't know whose side that is. Right? So, like defendant's attorney, like, people know who a defendant is. Some people, like, not understand what plaintiff is, right?
I agree, but at the same time, I think for the most part, if the police are going to be subpoenaing someone,
It's not
and
going to be a
it's
regular, everyday
if
cop.
it's a rookie or regular cop, they should be going to a supervisor for help,
Yeah.
and the supervisor should know.
Yeah, I think that gives us a little bit
Right.
more leeway.
Yeah, because again, subpoenas, like, you're getting a bunch of information. It shouldn't just be a regular cop doing that. At least not with the help of a supervisor.
And also, is there, like, are you allowed to do a subpoena where the other party doesn't know about it?
What do you mean?
So, like, let's say I'm a cop and I want to subpoena some phone records, right? But I want to still see, like, what's getting sent in, sent out. Like, is that, like, not allowed? Can it, like, do they have to be told, it's like, hey, you're being subpoenaed for this information?
The phone company would get told, but only the people that need to know about it for the subpoena to be effective would be told, right? So if I subpoena, so let's say, I'm a cop, I'm trying to figure out who owns this house. I subpoena, or, I'm pretty sure Billy Bob owns this house, right? I subpoena DA, I confirm. I don't have to tell Billy Bob nothing, right? DA knows I subpoenaed them. They technically could tell Billy Bob if they wanted to. But Billy Bob doesn't, he's not required to know that he's being subpoenaed. Or that, because he's not being subpoenaed, right?
What's the whole thing about being served? What is that shit?
Basically, if you're ordering someone to show up to court.
Is
Right,
that
like-
technically a subpoena?
Yeah, technically. Hello! How you guys doing?
Pretty well.
Just you, or did I hear Murphy as well?
No, Murphy ain't here.
Oh, alright. That's Edson.
Hello,
yeah,
welcome.
basically, an order to appear would be a served is, right? And technically it is a subpoena. Because subpoena is more just an order from the court, in essence.
Wait,
to a
why
specific
did
person.
people be all sneaky about being served? Like, that's the weird part. It's like, I'm a pizza man. Here's your subpoena, bitch.
Because in order for a subpoena to be valid, the other person needs to actually receive the
Oh, should
subpoena.
we go vote
They have
first?
to identify themselves.
Oh, is there a vote right now?
Yep, it just came up on the top of my thing. Come on, let's go vote.
For what?
Who's the next government official? Who's the next mayor?
Are we allowed to vote? We're
It just
judges.
said it!
Yeah, I know, but like, are we allowed to vote?
If it allows me to do it, it allows me to do it.
Alright.
I doubt voting's fully open because they're still doing campaigning this week.
I don't
Hello,
know.
Jordy, hope
apparently
you're doing
it's
well.
voting. Where did you see that?
I saw it in the top middle. My eyes.
Just be like,
I didn't see nothing. Is it this way?
Yep.
No, it is. I guess so.
Is the vote open? Can we vote?
But like, are we? I don't know.
I don't know. Hold on, let's go over here. Fuck.
Oh, I put it in my application.
Okay, they're just figuring it out. Alright.
You
As
guys
you
can
were.
vote for me.
As you were.
I'm ready.
Like, I don't even know if as judges we'd be allowed
yes,
to
you
vote.
can
Are we?
vote. Yes, you can.
Really?
Everyone can vote. They can even vote for themselves.
Huh.
I mean, maybe there's something to be said there, but it's not a big deal. It's fucking
No,
two
it's
votes.
To be fair,
I
if we
mean,
have more
hell, if I can
authority
vote
than the
for
judge,
myself, they should be able to vote for themselves, right?
that's fair.
Man, it's gonna be a real weird thing when in 6 months judge positions have voted.
Hey,
I'm
we're gonna be able
pissed.
to swear in a new chief, aren't we? Or no, we're not.
Man, I hated
Not.
that.
I think both of them choke. I don't think we're gonna swear him in.
Do you know where Atkins is? I did message him.
Do you need him here? Because he has not received anything from either.
What do you mean he hasn't received anything?
That's what he told me. Because
This
I asked
man's
him
a
about it. He
lying
said, I haven't seen a
motherfucker.
damn thing.
Hey,
I messaged him on phone, on Discordia, twice. You think we're just requesting you? All L1s, every single L1 got a message.
Anyway,
Welcome to the
so the
courthouse.
reason subpoenas are I'm assuming, I don't entirely know,
Do you want
but-
Clarkson too?
Yes. But he also
Um,
said he wouldn't be here, so.
because it needs to be, the person needs to be able to actually receive the subpoena, and so technically, if you just keep walking away,
Helping her out with Red Man?
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. Good shit.
I don't think there's anything you can do, but I don't know. I also think that's mainly just TV drama.
Maybe. Yeah, so I just checked my Discordian, and Atkins literally said, I'll be around. And he also specifically said if this was something that he could live PD. Like, this
Nice.
man's high. He's thinking that I didn't summon him twice. I even gave him a 24-minute reminder. Like, what the heck? So anyway, welcome. How are you? How's it going?
Pretty well, pretty well. Do you just want department heads? Do you want command, high command?
If High Command wants to show up, that's fine.
Yeah, High Command's fine.
Yeah, basically this is a conversation to make sure that there's nothing you guys want, and if there is, we can have a conversation about it. As we
well,
just
it's-
got a new judge.
Kind of go over a few things from the DOJ to the police, I
Grill
guess.
in traffic?
Yep, that's gonna be your end. I don't really have
Yeah.
a ton of stuff for police.
Are we gonna actually put into effect what we talked about?
Not immediately. We need to
Not
actually work on
immediately,
that.
okay.
Make sure we're clear.
That's fair. What about signing off on warrants?
Oh, maybe we should discuss that here. Hello, Atkins.
What up?
Hello, how are you doing, Chief?
Oh, living the dream.
That's good.
Tenson's telling me that you didn't receive any messages for this meeting.
I didn't see anything, no. Oh, you did. Hold
I
on.
messaged you 4 times, Atkins, in
Really?
the
My
last
phone
2
is-
days.
My phone has been super weird, so
No, I'm
here's
talking
the messages.
on Discordia and on your phone.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
well,
got 3 messages in your Discordia and you got 1 message on your phone.
yeah, I'm a busy guy. I can't keep track of all this shit.
I understand.
So what's up?
I'm wondering if the other O1's gonna come and if any high command is gonna come. We're just gonna have a conversation about some stuff that we want to talk about. It's important, obviously, as we are the 2 judges and we're also the most active judges.
The other judge is kind of just there to assist when needed, in essence.
Yeah, that is his role at the moment.
Hey, a couple things while
Excuse
we're
me.
waiting.
Yeah, so
Just to you guys can chew on this is can we look at possibly adding
Okay.
disobeying a lawful order as like its own actual charge, and then also which it can be probably just a misdemeanor, and then also obstruction of justice. Those 2
ooh.
charges would be
pretty sure we
extremely
already-
helpful.
So I'm pretty sure that first one we have, but obstruction
Yeah,
of
it's
justice
failure
was
to
removed.
obey.
So obstruction of justice was removed in the past because it was abused by law enforcement and used at literally every scene that they didn't have a charge. So if I can be assured that that won't happen again, then like
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
mean,
willing.
We need it for like for example you know, when we're trying to catch these street racers and there's like multiple vehicles trying to interfere, we can use that as an additional charge.
They
but,
they want to
what's-
add back obstruction of justice.
Do we not have that?
No,
No.
it was removed because the police were
Because it was
abusing
abused. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. As long as it's not going to be abused by the
Yeah,
police,
that's what I
don't
just
see
said.
why not. Yeah. And I think we, as
This
long as
Atkins?
it's, I think as long as we define it properly, I think it should be fine.
Can I call you back? I'm just in a meeting here with the. Well, we haven't got started yet. What's your question? What's your question? I could probably answer it quickly. It's all good.
Speaking of which, failure to
Okay.
comply or obey a lawful order is not a charge. It's not in the
Right.
statutes.
It's not in the statutes.
Yeah, it used to be. I don't know when
That's
it
in
was
it.
removed or why it was removed.
Could you make sure you're shouting, Tedson, by the way?
Or
Hello,
at least
can you
speaking
hear me
in
now?
there.
Yeah, there we go. Just kind of hard to hear.
I gave you an invitation. You refused it.
What's wrong with you?
Called you on radio. You didn't respond.
You both go to a meeting and you don't tell me? Unbelievable.
Hey, at least I told
To be
you.
fair, I didn't look at any of my messages until I showed up here. So
I did give everybody a day's notice.
But yet, like I was saying, it's not in the statutes anymore. It
Like,
used to be.
what exactly, if you don't, like, obviously I know for the most part, what
Like,
entirely are you
for
guys going to be
example,
using this for? Like, give me
like a
some
great-
examples of what you would
yeah, a
charge
great
someone for.
example would
case.
be say we're on a traffic stop and some dipshit continues to interfere with our traffic stop. That's not connected to it whatsoever. And we tell them to, leave the area, and go stand on. Give him a specific space to go if he wants to watch the, traffic stop or whatever, and tell him to go over there and wait. And they continue to come back over and over and interject themselves into the traffic stop. We need something to be able to detain them and charge them with at a certain point, because it puts our lives at risk, and having to take our focus off of our main suspect in those situations and having to deal with these other people, and gives us a lot more ability to control a scene if there's an actual charge.
And the failure to comply. Can you speak to that, Tedson?
Why can't you charge him with disturbing the peace? What the hell's wrong with you?
Can you speak up, Austin, please?
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Papers?
disturbing the peace would work in that situation.
What are you looking at having these bozos add?
Disobeying a lawful order and
That's what disturbing the peace is.
obstruction of justice.
Actually, he's not wrong, yeah.
Disturbing the peace actually is defined as refusing to obey a lawful order, to disperse or leave.
Okay.
And anything else you should, if you're not ordering them to leave, you're ordering them to stay, which is a detainment, which would be resisting arrest in theory.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have a feeling, I'm like, why aren't you charging them with disturbing the peace? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's fair. As for obstruction of justice, you want that for, I mean, we definitely could add it back because there's always the possibility that someone physically does remove evidence or whatever. But as for someone who's, interfering in a pursuit or something, could always charge them with aiding and abetting of life from
And then
law
the charge
enforcement.
that they have
Yeah,
built up. The
exactly. Because
accessory.
if they're interfering in a pursuit to capture someone, they're interfering in your ability to do your job to capture someone, and at that point, they're helping that person with all those charges, or at least flight from law enforcement.
That makes sense.
Right.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right, we can note
So we can look at it, but
Just disregard. It's all good.
yeah. Well, I think
All right.
obstruction of justice is still decent, but
So what's this meeting about?
all right, is this
So-
everyone that's coming?
Yep. It's officially started anyway. We're 5 minutes in.
Alrighty.
So basically, since we got a new judge, we just want to meet up and make sure that there's nothing you guys want. And also, he also wanted to speak to some stuff that we haven't spoke about. I don't think. Or
I
maybe we
want
did.
people to stop committing crime.
Okay.
But that gets rid of our job.
Yeah. So like we've been here for the last 2 hours just having conversations about where we're moving forward with the Department of Justice. So there's certain things that we want to look about adding. Let me see if there's anything that would be relevant. There's one thing that we would like to see in reports. Now, mind you, I don't know if this is actively happening or not, but law enforcement should be including if a vehicle was used in the commission of crime, they should include the vehicle if they aren't so we can, you know, use them for asset forfeiture cases and stuff.
Yeah.
And like we're looking at asset forfeiture cases to have law enforcement come to us and bring up like cases with probable cause. Like let's say you have like a bunch of people street racing all the time. You would bring that case up with your evidence saying like, hey, like we have 10 cases of these dudes street racing in this vehicle, and this vehicle we want these seized. Maybe they could have a lawyer on their side defend it and try to not have that happen, and like that could be something we could be doing.
Yeah, like people using the same exact car in like crimes and whatnot as well.
Yeah, it's basically giving you guys the agency to bring those cases up, as long as you know you direct law enforcement members to add the vehicles to reports specifically if they saw a personal vehicle being used.
Yeah, they typically are. They're instructed to take pictures of the vehicle. If it gets away, obviously we have our radar. If we lock on, we can get the plate and then take a picture of that and take a picture of the MDT, showing that that vehicle belongs to said individual.
Yeah.
We also want to talk about the possibility of removing the access of high command being able to approve warrants, since we have 2 active judges. I wanted to hear your guys' opinion on that, and maybe even assure.
I'm totally fine with that.
On our activity. There's some conversations to be had within DOJ about, you know, how we get certain warrants approved, specifically search warrants. We had a conversation about having it go through the district attorney first, just as a checks and balances type thing, and then have it approved by a judge. But like, are you guys cool at us removing that access of you being able to approve warrants of any sort?
Yeah, as long as you guys are active, then I'm totally for that. I think it provides PD a layer of, you know, separation from the DOJ and accountability to ensure that, you know, things are being approved appropriately. So I'm fine with that.
Tedson, Austin, you guys fine with that?
Yeah.
Austin?
I don't give a shit.
All right.
Okay.
We'll put that into effect then.
All right. I think there was something else I had. I'm blanking.
I don't think there was anything else that we discussed. I have a couple of things, but
yeah, go ahead. I'll
shoot. Now I'm blanking. But basically, what Verdin said, we just kind of we're obviously wanting to talk to you guys now that we're here. We want to make sure if you guys need anything from us, if you're wanting anything from the DOJ, that you're comfortable coming to talk to us. Like he said, we're looking into kind of a few different things to change with the DOJ, including especially how warrants are more so issued and how they're not so much issued, but kind of how they're shown. But by also trying to keep the process as simple as possible for the police.
I remember. It was we're going to be changing the way, and he literally just said it, but we're going to be changing the way they're admitted and requested.
Yes,
exactly. Where it's simple, it's just in a different format.
Okay.
Just for simplicity's sake. So then we could like actually hand someone a physical warrant, like via a document. And also there's something to be said about the receipt thing. Maybe that's getting a little bit too far ahead of ourselves, though.
Yeah.
But you can go ahead about what you were saying.
But yeah, basically, again, we're going to be looking to revamp the warrants process, especially, and especially search warrants, to kind of make everything more certain that, you know, everything is going right. Because as I'm sure you're all aware, there is too many times where search warrants are just an issue, both in city, out of city, everywhere. Doesn't matter where. The other thing that's, I guess, is the biggest that the DOJ needs from the PD is to make sure you guys are marking it that you have served the warrants when you have. Just so you know, someone's not getting arrested for warrants twice or whatever.
Yeah.
Other than that, as I'm sure you guys were aware, it was made by a notice. Just want to make sure you guys kind of understand everything with that. The restrictions on warrants, I believe it's a 14-day warrant or 14-day limit for warrants. And then you'll have the ability to refile this warrant. Well, search warrants will likely be much less time than this, but arrest warrants will be 14 days, and then you can refile it once. But that's also kind of why it's important for you guys to ensure we know that it's been served, so that we don't say, oh yeah, it's expired, and then it's, oh hey, this guy was actually arrested. Huh.
Yeah.
Was there any other law requests that you guys had? Anything?
No
that you
law
would like to
requests, but
see?
something that could be useful is maybe the DOJ lining out exactly how many grams based upon the court's history. I know it's currently at anything over $10,000 in street value for a wholesale trial.
You want gram amounts because it's easier. Yeah, me and Kane kind of talked about this, like having our own like case law around this specifically.
Yeah,
I think that meets the scope of what you're talking about.
I think we have a couple of cases lined up for trafficking drugs. And I think with this, we'll get some basic case law of this. I don't entirely think it's a great idea to have a specific gram amount because,
the price of stuff changes.
Price of stuff changes. Gram amounts can be whatever, right? If someone's a heavier user, they might have more. They might have more, they might have less, whatever it may be, right? Whereas if we have a case law, we can say, oh yeah, this person was already arrested for this amount of drugs on trafficking and found guilty, so you know at least this amount is trafficking, right?
Right.
Plus, that way we can kind of build up case law, because that's something the DOJ has been wanting to do for a while, is have actual case laws that in city that people can reference instead of just whatever. And so I think that'll be better than trying to use specific gram amounts, if that makes sense.
101, can I get Eunice to respond code 3 to the discharge of the firearm and invention court?
But just to go back on the specific asset forfeiture thing, something I want to see more is that police are like, anytime there's like an excessive amount of crimes conducted on a single vehicle, I'd love to see police going to their supervisor saying, hey, we have all this evidence against this car, let's bring it to the court and see if we can get their car taken. And I don't think it should be like, man, this dude just fled from us and he shot a cop, let's take his vehicle. But it's like, it built up, let's say over a month, right? I think there's a statute of limitations there to be said. But I would love to see police like bringing those up more frequently, as it might help, keep certain things from getting too hectic. And it also could be like a lot of interesting dialogue to be happening.
Yeah.
Because it could be a whole different change and a switch up between, instead of law enforcement just chasing the same vehicle, not really doing anything about it past the impound, we could be like actually doing something about it.
Yep, I agree.
But you guys need to bring it to us with actual cause and actual evidence. And that could be in the form of like,
reports and all that, yeah.
Yeah, so the way it's moving away from just a strict system, and it kind of gives more leeway to you guys to try and get it seized, but also more accountability in the sense that those who have shown themselves worthy as a judge and whatnot are able to make that call to, approve your guys' asset seizure requests.
Sounds good to me.
Do you have anything else, Verdin?
Oh, that thing I just said would apply to people who could repeatedly get their car stolen, which I would argue is eventually gets up to a point where they're purposely leaving it for their friends. I think there's more conversation that me and Kane want to have on that, but I would say that's something to keep in mind, that, some people might just be leaving their fucking Lambo or some shit out for their buddy to steal and get off scot-free.
Yep, sounds good.
And to add on to that, This will also apply for houses and or businesses that are used in crimes and stuff. If a house is used to traffic an insane amount of drugs and that's a sell point, buy point, whatever, that can get seized too. Right?
Yeah,
It's not just
we'll
vehicles.
take business licenses and we'll take buildings when it comes to that.
Exactly.
right.
This last thing for me is, I'm sure you guys are aware that fine amounts from the law book is kind of iffy, and it is something that DOJ is looking into, and we just wanted to make you guys aware of that.
And
Sounds good to
also,
me.
we are also looking into changing the unlawful flight to a felony, because I don't think it's been done yet. I've been told that there's some progress on that, but we're going to try to increase the timeline on that.
Looking to get a lot of things actually rolling now that we have an active DOJ.
All right, sounds good.
Do you guys have any questions or anything like that?
Nope.
All right, thanks for coming, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
Have
Again,
a safe
if you have
ride
any
to your patrol.
All right, thanks, guys.
Also, just so you guys know, if you guys ever need to contact myself or Verdin, our phone numbers are on the roster in the supervisor phone number. Same with the district attorney. Feel free to contact us if you need. Have a great day, gentlemen. Stay safe.
You too.
Same wavelength.
Go try to help with this boost.
Alrighty. So
Next
DOJ meeting
meeting.
13 minutes. Jesus. And then I got 2 cases after this, 2 arraignments.
Yeah,
so-
I gotta sleep, man. This is gonna. Oh, I still need to work out today too. Oh man, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, that might be a bit exhausting. You'll sleep well though.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be sleeping like a fucking baby. If I wake up at 1 a.m. again, I'm burning down my house. I'm calling it a day. I'm just fucking full sending that bitch.
So what do we want to talk about at this meeting? I guess let's go over.
We're basically trying. We want to touch base, right? We want to make sure that everyone knows that you're a judge now, and we're trying to work yin and yang here. And you know, I know that the district attorney has a lot of things they want to see changed. There's a lot of conversation to be had about that here at this meeting. I'm expecting this meeting to go a little bit longer than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But I think the police got a little bit gung ho about the boosts going on, and fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Maybe an A-class booster, S-class, whatever.
yeah.
But we got everything we needed.
We did. That was very effective, you know.
Yep. Good meeting.
I feel like they didn't hinder us at all. I think they kind of just give us the agency is my favorite word is now to do whatever we kind of
Yeah, you've said that about 500 times this
buzzwords.
past 3 hours. But good news is they seem to trust us to make good decisions, and
Yes.
they seem to be willing to work with us, which is good because that was a huge downfall of the DOJ in the past.
Yep, it can't be a yard sale if everyone's on the same page.
Exactly. So we're good to, I guess, warrants will no longer be signed off by High Command.
Yeah, maybe we should since
I'm gonna
that's a
change
thing.
that, yeah.
Like where do we who do we tell? How do we tell?
We told the High Command it's up to them to spread, or we told the leads it's up to them to spread the word.
All right. Maybe
But-
I'll let them know just to make sure.
Probably a good idea, but I'm just gonna go ahead and like remove the names that they can put. So
yeah,
hopefully that gives them a heads up.
All right. God, we've had such an efficient day.
Yes, we have.
There's so many things.
Do you want to talk about what's it called? Obstruction of justice and getting that back? Like, do you have any issues with getting that back?
I do.
Do you?
They used it so much to discharge people. It was awful. Because it's the way it was written, and honestly, I don't know how you would fucking change it. It was kind of a catch-all. It's basically if you refuse shit, you're gone. But also,
The thing is, that was the intention, and I think that's the intention of obstruction of justice in the first place, anyway.
yeah. But also, Awesome is right. Obstruction of justice is literally just like it. Well, you were right. It's literally aiding and abetting. They could just give it to him.
For the most part, I think when I think obstruction of justice, I think of something like removing something from a crime scene. right? If someone picks up
Is
a dead
evidence
body, for
tampering not
example-
a thing?
I don't think so. It might be, and if it is, then that works. But
Well, there is aggravating and mitigating circumstances.
oh, tampering with evidence destroys, attempts to destroy, creates, or attempts to create false evidence, conceal or alter any evidence. Yeah, never mind. I think we're good.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
call
never
it
mind.
something else.
I think it's just under other charges, which works. Because there's witness tampering, there's tampering with evidence, there's aiding and abetting, there's a bunch of stuff. So I think we are fine on that then. Yeah.
Man, there's so much to do. I feel like we just like completely outdid the past DOJ in one single fucking meeting.
Yeah.
Kept it open
But
ended.
it helps when we
Kept the
are able
egos
to
at the door.
sit down, talk, and get things done.
Yep. So really the hardest part now is just gonna be figuring out logistically how we get like the new warrant system through, the new search warrant stuff, and how we want to do that.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's gonna get complicated, and we're gonna need to actually use some brain power.
Yep. I guess the last thing about their specific gram amounts. Do you feel like we should include a specific gram amount, or do you think it should just be case law and go from there?
I think it's warranted to say gram amount because it makes it simpler, even though like technically the prices will change and evolve. I don't know how we originally got the prices for the drugs.
I think 10K is, like I was told by the ADA, and the reason why he's not pressing trafficking because the police were wanting to on one case. So actually, we might not have a trafficking case anymore. It's 10K is 50 grams of cocaine.
Yeah, I was told that that amount of cocaine is nothing. Like
it is
really easy to get.
It is. It takes about 5 minutes. Not that I would know, but you know.
Yeah, so I
got my
think,
sources.
I think what we should be doing is making it to where, you know, that should be like an hour's worth.
I really think if we multiply just about every number in the law book by 10, the fine amounts, except for times, do not multiply times by 10.
Don't touch times
Obvious.
ever.
Do not touch time. Times are good, at most. But fines go up by 10 times. Trafficking drugs 10 times. 100,000 is about 500 grams or so. That takes about an hour to get. Right?
Yeah.
And there's not much brain power to put into like trying to figure out all the amounts and stuff for that.
Yeah, the amounts making my job a lot harder. I need to look at past footage.
Exactly.
To see what I said previously.
Now, the other thing I would say is if we do that, I would say lower the court's addition. Because if we say, you know, whatever, for example, let's say flight from law enforcement.
Yeah.
Or unlawful flight. $280, 2,800 times 50. It's about what? 100, 150,000, 120,000 thereabouts.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money for a single flight from law enforcement charge. There is no need
who
for
would
that.
ever go to court for that?
Well, either way.
Well, no, technically, anybody who's held to trial will have that charge attached.
Well,
in most cases,
probably. But like trafficking controlled dangerous substance, 4,000 times 10, 40,000 times 50 is a lot of money. It's $2.4 million in fines thereabouts.
And that now our current understanding of how rich people are, that's way too much.
Yes. So I would honestly say drop that to maybe 10 times multiplier.
Maybe you just have different multipliers for whichever class felony it is.
That
could simplify it a little bit.
Not really, because again, the fines go up by depending on the felony, right?
Yeah.
Welcome everyone. How are you guys doing?
Hey there, sorry, we had a plea.
Is there somewhere you want me to sit in particular?
That side.
Command respect?
That
Ross.
side.
On my lap. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay. Is anyone else joining us today?
We had 6 people press the
Are
check
we
mark.
being graced by the third judge?
You want me to give
No,
the
we are not.
You want me to
No?
give the
I haven't
PD?
seen the third judge since I got
Oh.
hired. I don't think we're being graced by his
you want me to-
presence.
Same with me.
You want me to give
Yes.
the PD a ring?
Yes.
What?
If the third judge
The PD
is no
ring?
longer a judge, I will.
Wait, are
become
you
the
referring
judge
to
style.
are you referring to police or public defender?
Public defender.
Which
Oh,
one?
yes.
Okay. The other one. You want me to ring him?
Yes. He should already know.
Hey, Mr. Cheddar, it's District Attorney Joseph Meeman. Just confirming you're heading to the DOJ meeting in 3 minutes. Hello?
Did he really hang up?
3 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's at the courthouse. It's said on the thing.
Days
Oh, yeah.
notice. 2 alerts.
Alright. He did not know the meeting was happening, apparently.
Well,
That-
considering
that's
the meeting
that's
was scheduled,
why we do
meeting
day
wasn't
notice.
scheduled,
So,
past.
What do you mean?
No, it was scheduled.
I give you a notice. I put a check mark
checked,
thing.
He checked off the box.
it was well over 24 hours notice.
And I
Yeah,
double
stupid
pinged
Lucius.
30 minutes in advance.
Yep.
Is there any
And,
way you
like-
would like to see that improved there, sir? Do I need to give you a month's notice for you to figure it
This
out?
man's gonna need at least a 24-year notice.
Gotcha. 20, 47, 05, 17, 9:28 p.m. You better be here.
When
Eastern.
2, the number 2, and then MEET. That is my suggestion.
What?
What is
When to meet.
When WHEN, the number 2, MEET.
I do really like that. I do really like that. That's been added now.
I've been using it. It is incredibly
It would
helpful.
be nice.
7
It would be nice
years.
if the defense would use it.
I've been using it because it lets
Oh.
me say, okay, this is the time the trial is at, instead of,
It is
oh,
very nice.
can we
So
do
the
this
reason
time?
I didn't use it on that one's because it's
No, I'm
the
not
same as the trial.
No, not you, the other defense.
Roxanne, but still,
Oh.
please put it in that because I checked different ones, right? Because it shows different for different DAs and stuff.
Wait, neither of the defenses have done it. You guys are slacking.
Mr. Judge guy.
Yo, what's up?
Okay, blanking on your name right now.
Verdin.
Verdin. All right. Why are you opposed to it?
Opposed to what?
WHEN number 2.
Oh, I'm opposed to it because I don't like overcomplicating shit. It's at 7
Is
EST.
not.
That's it. That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no.
say.
So when to meet allows you to gauge.
Yeah, I'm here.
your
Where are you
audience.
guys? Are you guys in the meeting room?
We're in the jury
speakerphone.
room. It's said in the thing.
On the jury
No, I'm on
room.
speaker.
You're right. Oh shit.
Yeah, when
no.
to meet basically lets you see
Yeah.
everyone's schedule.
I know. I like when to meet. It makes.
It's not for scheduling the meeting. It's for gauging availability.
When you can
Or the
schedule the meeting.
It wouldn't really be good for a meeting like this, but it'd
So-
be good for like court.
Oh no, it's good
So-
for meetings like this.
It's
Trust me.
good for everything.
I
It is.
What
have,
the? You
What
did not.
the hell?
I have
What are you
something I want to
wearing?
mention
Sorry,
to.
sorry.
I
Other
have
side,
something
other
I want
side,
to bring
other
up
Oh,
side.
my
to.
bad. Central.
I have something I want to bring up to both judges and the DAs.
That's why we're here today.
Yep, just
How would y'all feel? It's a business idea. Before I take it to the mayor, I want to get y'all's opinion on it because it has to do with DOJ.
Hold on. One thing I want to ask first. Do you have an actual written business proposal?
Not yet.
Mr. Document guy here.
I have no statement until
Guys-
there's a written proposal. Even the mayor requires written proposals.
Like I
Until-
said, guys, I'm very sorry for showing up in this uniform.
Well,
I was just running a little late.
It's okay.
All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for showing up. We're gonna get this started here. It's 9:30 p.m. Hopefully, we might end up getting someone else, but I think this is all that reacted to it. So,
That is
welcome
Jordan.
everyone. Basically, we call this meeting to kind of see how everyone's doing, get in touch with everyone, and just kind of go over a few things that the DOJ wants to know. First of all, my name's Arthur Kane. I've recently been appointed by the judge as a judge. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, as well as Mr. Verdin to my right here.
Yes, you know who I am.
Oh boy.
Who are you?
You know who I am. All right, what was this business proposal? I am curious.
Yes.
Not so. Essentially, it would be a private company, not so much like bounty hunters, but
I already hate this idea.
Bail
Bail
bonds?
bondsman.
yeah, bail
Yeah.
bondsman. Sorry, I couldn't think of the term. Because now that we're having a 24-hour release, unless they have an arraignment for all our hold until trial cases, that got me thinking we have nothing to stop someone from just not showing up to court.
Do you know what we
Right now,
could
it's
do
an
though?
Okay, also another thing
Hold
with
on,
that.
hold on, hold on,
hold on.
Cheddar. Go ahead.
So right now it's kind of a expectation, I believe, in and out of the city that you show up, but I don't necessarily believe it should be that way. If someone chooses to skip out on their bail, they should be able to do that, but they should also be tracked down for doing that and have the additional risks of, okay, now I have bail bondsmen looking for me who who have less regulations to follow than the police department, and they don't have to have probable cause if they see me. It
So,
also,
sorry, go ahead.
it would be ran through a private company. They would report directly to the judges. The judges,
This is a
I assume it would
major
be the
conflict.
judges or the DA that would contract it out to him and be like, okay, this is who we're looking for. This is his mugshot or whatever. This is the report. This is what he's known for. When you find him, and either bring him to the cells here or turn him into a police officer, get their name and badge number so the DA or whoever can confirm you turn that person into the police, you would then get your money. Or whether it be like one
I'm
person
pretty sure
doing it
me and Kane are
privately
exactly on the same
or
wavelength
a
with this.
company doing it and having 2 or 3 people that all work together on it.
So there's two things I want to contribute to this. So, bail bondsmen are actually a bit more regulated than the police, especially when it comes to their use of force and how they're tracking people down. They can't just arrest anyone or detain anyone. They can, and secondly, there is a probable cause element. As soon as you skip your court date, you get a warrant for failure to appear. So, that's their probable cause.
Um. Crap, I forgot what I was gonna say, but okay. So with the bail thing, with like the 24-hour, so like I had a problem with a officer, because she wouldn't let my client out. Is when it has been posted, she I guess she just chose not to. What do we do from there when they just choose not to let them out? When it's an
We'll
obvious
get to
rule.
that because we
Yeah.
should
Okay.
finish what he was saying so we
Yeah,
can
we'll
go
talk.
to another thing.
So, as the DA here mentioned, basically, most of the time, bail bondsmen are, like he said, more regulated. Also, a lot of the time, it's not so much working as under the DOJ or, working under the judges or whatever. If I'm not mistaken, most of the time, the way the bail bondsman works is there is a company or an individual who, in essence, sponsors someone's bail. Basically, if you don't have the money to pay a $2 million bail, because who the hell does, you can go to the bail bondsman and say, hey, listen, I want to get out of here. I don't want to be stuck in prison until 2 weeks from now. Can you help pay my bail? I'll put this much down, yada, 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 right?
I understand that, but realistically, we don't have that in the city, so
And
they
that
would
could be
I know.
they
But
could be going through the court, and that their payment could come out of, like, be added on to the fines. Like, okay, you skipped your bail, so now this 5,000 or however much it was to contract that person to fine you is being added onto your fine, and you have to pay that as well.
So, if I can finish here, basically, and then, so again, it doesn't have to work this way for the bail bondsman itself, but then you would have some bounty hunter or whatever actually go looking for you. It's not so much working on a contract basis. It's, hey, if you catch him, you get a cut of the bail, because once that individual skips court, they don't get that bail money back. Then you bring them to the courts, and then you get a cut of that bail that would be returned.
What I would say. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Maybe it would be better if this bail bonds company was able or had some capital to offer as bail, so that would suit better. Then they actually do have a vested interest in getting this person back. It's less so they're just losing their money, but rather by doing this they're getting their money back as well as the collateral that the subject put down as part of their bond.
All right. I have a few important points to make about this because I don't think it's being considered here. There is a point to say that when you move too fast, something. Obviously, we're just getting our feet being active. Like we've been doing pretty good the last few months, but this is where we have two judges. We are full-fledged in force. We are taking multiple steps forward. Lots of things are happening. But the problem that I see with the system is it overcomplicates it too quick. I don't disagree with the idea of having bail bonds and having bounty hunters hunting people for skipping stuff, but I think it's too quick to add due to the overcomplication that it states of now we have to manage this instead of just saying, hey, police, there's a warrant for this guy, find him. That's it. Well, yes, I agree. It definitely adds something. There is something to be said about it adding an avenue for people to be able to go and say, hey, I'm a bounty hunter. I chase down dudes who skip bail. It's really fun. It's a really cool avenue of entertainment, let's say. But I think it's a little bit too quick. I think you need to give it another few months at least. I would say at least another 60 days to just let us get comfortable with where we're at, make sure everybody here in this room is comfortable with doing court stuff. We got a lot of things coming up the chain. Myself and Kane here had just had a 3-hour, 2-hour conversation about everywhere we're trying to go.
3 hours now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm still trying to get to know everything with my position right now.
Yep.
It's pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's just very complicating. I have some, like I said, some past experience with this stuff, but it's pretty complicating. It just confuses me a lot with everything. Thank you though for the people in here that are trying to help me focus on this. My IP is very I don't even know, but my IQ is very low. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
And I'm not really whatever with this, but I mean I like it, so I mean I'm just gonna stick to it until I get better.
Of what we were talking about, just to give you a little bit. So we were talking about SOPs, we're talking about asset forfeiture cases, we're talking about training, we were talking about reviewing all the case laws and at least making a dent in it, and reviewing the Constitution and seeing if there's anything there that doesn't make sense for the city, and also reviewing laws and adding new laws. And we just had a meeting with the police to see if they wanted anything. So there's a lot of things we're doing, and I feel like with all that, there's no way that I could even begin to think about managing even in a side part of trying to get bail bondsmen hunting down people. It would just be easier for me and in turn Kane to just say, police, there's a warrant for this guy, find him, catch him, don't let him go.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying there, Dimitri?
Yes, the issue with that though is, let's say, I know, what's the name? Is it Marcus Jones? That's a first-degree murder trial, for example. If he were to skip bail right now, in 2 weeks, that warrant falls off.
Yeah, but I'll also I will seize their assets.
Yeah, it'll plus in all likelihood there's a good chance he can't make bail, unfortunately. But basically, like Verdin said, it's a lot to do, and while it would be a great idea, and I don't think any of us here disagree with that, I don't think it's entirely feasible currently, with everything going on now.
Yeah.
In the future, there is always the possibility, and it is something, and I'm not saying this is going to come, I'm saying this is something I've considered, is actually getting, more bail happening to allow people not to just serve time in prison if they want to contest charges. And by in turn doing so, it would provide more avenue of a bail bondsman rather than just these much larger hold until trial
Yeah.
cases, right? Because at the moment, hold until trial is all the bail is, and there really is not many cases. So, well, yes, there could be, again, with the expectation that people are showing up, plus, in all likelihood, these guys are already in prison. They kind of don't have a choice to show up, right? Well, for now, at least, until they get either let out on bail and all that. But basically, right now, sure,
Well-
it could work. It's just not entirely the best idea yet.
Not to interrupt
Yeah.
you, Dimitri, but I'll allow 2 more questions from the ADA and Chester, and we should move on. Or yeah. So let's just start with the ADA first because they
Yeah,
did.
really quick, 2 things.
Go ahead.
First and foremost, I understand we have like 24 hours to get an arraignment hearing if someone's held till trial.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't have much wiggle room for getting into the city.
Can you
At all.
say that last bit you just said a little bit louder, please?
It doesn't have a lot of wiggle room for getting into the city with a 24 hours notice.
So,
I mean, if I'm on a, if I'm out of the city on an overnight trip, the DA here is like, let's say he's with me, we're fucked.
well, that's. Sorry, go ahead, dear.
So I was just gonna comment on that. For that, I feel like the best solution is just recruiting more. What I would recommend is maybe an exception for that. If in the rare case there is not the ADA, the DA, and is totally unavailable, maybe add something. We can put a written submission of what we believe is the best course of action in the event that we're both unavailable. Because although I do see your point, Lucius, there is the whole problem of we can't really just be leaving people in there for too long.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'm getting
So
at.
I think for that, the best solution would be A, recruitment to bring more people, and secondly, B would be adding a clause to the arraignments to where the DA's office just has to submit their charges and their recommendations for bail. Of course, it's going to be a lot less of a strong case, but it's what our stance is and it's what's been submitted.
I think I don't know how much authority I have to change this as this came down from the Supreme Court. However, one point would be like, even though yes, it is on someone else's time, like I could see an increase to like 36 hours to make it more reasonable. And maybe
let them walk.
Or you could just let them walk.
Availability.
That is a possibility as well.
If
I have
what,
two
sorry?
more quick things, but let them walk if there's just no, if there's a situation, because it's not that I see it happening often, it's just that I see it potentially happen.
Well, that pretty much is what would happen. If the prosecution can't make it to the arraignment and they can't make it in 24 hours, basically it would just be, hey, here's the charge that the prosecution has already stated. You have, maybe we just go with a minimum bail hearing, or just say, prosecution failed to choose a bail or make a case for bail, so you go free, but here's the trial, right? It's not like they would go free. The arraignment isn't the actual trial. It's basically setting up getting them to know the charges, entering what plea they have, if they have one, or entering and getting bail set up at the time, as well as scheduling the next case.
2 more quick things.
Wait, hold on. Let me bring it to Chester. Chester, did you still have your point?
Oh yeah, it was just a simple question, nothing really too much. That trial's still going on tonight, right? Though.
Yes.
At 10:30.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 sec. I'm getting a very important phone call. I'll be right
Sorry,
back.
it's an arraignment though.
Yeah, it is an arraignment.
He's-
Same with
he's
the
already
one
in.
at 11 o'clock. And yeah.
You can continue, Lucius.
2 other things really quick, and I'm gonna mush them together because they're both, from things passed down by our supreme overlords.
Mhm.
I mean,
It's
sorry,
it's just the Supreme Court.
Sorry. Number 1, $300 per minute puts the police.
What's
into
going
a
on, man? I'm
position-
sorry. I'm just in the middle of something. What can I do for you,
Hey,
man?
please, walk so far away
Whisper,
that
dog.
you can't see the courthouse. Anyway.
Maybe don't take mechanic phone calls for a DOJ meeting.
That's
Sure.
a $300 maximum.
No.
That is the absolute max.
No, it's like a per minute
No.
thing.
No,
That was
So-
my understanding.
So what I'm gonna put these two together.
You guys are
real quick,
whispering.
see
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Sorry. The $300. I'm gonna mush these two together really quick, just to get these on the table that I disagree with them. $300 per minute puts the PD into a position where they will be fine with arresting anyone, and there's not really much punishment in for forcing the PD to go through better training, better regiments, everything. $300 per minute on, let's say, the average sentencing being 60 minutes is like 20 grand or whatever.
Do you mind if I?
It's 1800.
1800.
That's nothing.
1800.
We all made that in this meeting.
Okay.
I think you're doing your math wrong.
I think
So,
that's
That's 18,000.
It's
still very low.
Sorry, I'm not good at math.
Yeah, it'd be 18,000, but still, and this was, from the Supreme Court is that's not a maximum. That is the default of, hey, this is for time served in prison. So now this doesn't exclude things like if you wanted to pursue a case for unlawful or wrongful imprisonment, if you wanted to go for unlawful search and seizure, things like this, you can add on to that case to get more than $300. That $300 per minute is more just a default, right?
I understand that.
Yeah.
So okay, so just to confirm, it's if we choose to drop charges at the DA's office, the police immediately pay that out, and then anything further, if they want to pursue additional lawsuit for unlawful detainment, they can. If they want to go for like millions.
Lawsuits can get pretty fucking expensive, guys.
Okay, roger that. Roger that.
So
I think we were all under the same impression
I'm
that was.
gonna toss my next thing in really quick and then just
Yep.
leave the floor. The charge for trafficking of controlled substances currently sits at a point where if you have 50 grams of cocaine, 50 grams, I would argue personal use on that.
50 grams is a lot, but I know where you're going from, and
I
we've
would
had a
argue
conversation
personal
about this.
use on that, based on friends I have.
And-
that 50 grams hitting $10,000 is insane. I think we should up that to $10,000 or $100,000. 500 grams seems more than reasonable for actual trafficking of substance.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I would even argue 900 because that is a direct multiplier from the initial intent to distribute. So it's more consistent. We're doing multiples of 9.
Yeah, or else we're gonna have people coming in held till trial on trafficking every 20 minutes. Also,
This
which
was
is-
just brought up, thankfully. So we've already had a conversation with this.
Yeah, it is. It is being looked into. It will likely be changed. But on a side note, in the in the case that whatever it is, one of you guys get charged someone for 50 grams of coke, there doesn't just because that is what the law in specifically states, doesn't mean a public defender can't argue personal use.
I'm not,
right?
I'm talking about.
But I also
the
know,
police
yes.
charging, and
Yes.
then we have to be brought in.
Yes.
Because any sane person would bring that case to court.
Yeah.
And then that's just more work on every single one
It's
of
actually
us.
a force to be a whole bring to court because it's a
Yeah,
high.
exactly.
Yeah,
So,
but
like-
it will be getting changed at some point to something. When and what is not set in stone yet, but it will be getting changed.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I yield.
Dimitri, did you have something?
Right.
Huh?
Did you have something, Dimitri?
I was gonna add on to the $300 max, $300 per minute thing. Going back to what they said about them arresting, not being as worried about who they arrest because, of whatever, because of how low it is. I think upping it, knowing the average sentence realistically the PD will give out being around probably 30, maximum 40 minutes, maybe
Months.
1,000 or months. Yeah, sorry, maybe 1,000 per month, because at that point, like, should they charge you and they are wrong for charging you, they are paying the price for it. They are paying the price for not having an actual case to charge you with, if that makes sense.
I think the
this-
warrant, the worry that police will abuse this because, oh man, it's only like, you know, a maximum on average of like 18 grand or whatever. I think, well, I understand where you guys are coming from. It's kind of misplaced because police really want to be in the good graces of everybody when it comes to stuff like this. A lawsuit really sucks. I've seen lawsuits go real bad, and it could cripple their whole money thing.
Are you serious?
But
They go a long way, huh? Lawsuits?
yes.
I won a $1.8 million lawsuit for an unlawful use
There's
of force
no
by
way.
a
Holy goodness.
police officer who uses a fire hose. Those go big.
Yeah, like
Goodness.
like
$1.8 million.
it is
Goodness.
so crazy how those modifiers go up and up and up once
Like,
you
how do you-
find that they actually did something wrong.
How do you even win those? Like, how do you? That's crazy, bro.
You rely on
1.8
them
million
fucking
Easily,
up.
I just got Adkins to pay out whatever amount my client asked for because he got shot by, I believe it was Star that shot him, just so it wouldn't go to court. Because if it went to court, I believe the PD has what, a little over 600 grand in their department right now. It could have easily taken all of that.
Damn,
The
they're poor.
PD's budget is what?
Holy
I
goodness,
don't think they
600
have
grand.
much right now. I think they have like 600 something thousand.
That is laughable.
Hey, is the
It
floor
is.
open now?
Yeah.
That is a case or two.
Sorry. Is the floor open?
Floor is open.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so as you've been made aware, you're not. I have a bit of a thing here, so I'll start with the first point. I wanted to mention the pay rates right now. They currently do. I see a problem in future. I mean, right now with the way we are all paid, and I'm extending this to DA's office as well. It does point a situation to where there is no appeal of going private. It benefits even when there's not cases. The way I understand the current way we have it, and I understand how it was previously, but personally, I think it should be readjusted. For public defenders, I think the pay should be changed to similarly when they're either working a case or when they're actively like ready to go on call, like they will be there, or either a lump sum after a case. It encourages people to go private. PDs are able to work second jobs, as we can see. They are able to own financial holdings, investments. They are able to earn salary the other way. And it means that people who go private have a reason to go private. With the DA's office, of course, I'll probably implement this policy on my DAs either way, but I think it should be to when they're actively available to handle and deal with cases. So say a DA who's out there swimming and is not in a suit or is ready at all or is having a drink, they should not be clocked in because they're going to take some time. Whereas the DA who is, say, walking around town or at Uwu and is able to get in their car and drive there immediately should be clocked in because they are readily and immediately available. Whereas there is that barrier of not being available to handle a case. And I understand what you said previously, Verdin, regarding this. I just feel like there needs to be some system set up so that there is more of an appeal for people to go private, because currently there really is none. I mean, even Dimitri mentioned on this that there is no appeal for any lawyer to go private.
So I have, obviously, I'm probably going to be the most vocal member here about this. So first thing I would like to iterate for the group, because it was just me and the district attorney and Kane here having a conversation about it. We are always on call, period. We're a government working job. We are always on call. We are the most readily available people to be called at any point. I would say it's the district attorney, or sorry, the public defenders who are more this than everybody here. But like, we'll take a case at 11 p.m. right? So as a government job, hold on, let me finish. As a government job, we are supposed to be salaried, and it makes sense for us to be salaried due to that, right? Now, something I will note in a moment is like maybe since if we're always going to have a job set, maybe we should have a lower pay amount. I think that's warranted. I think that's valid. But I want to speak on, for one, that that I don't think it's bad to be being paid all the time due to my feelings of this is a salary job, and we are more on call than police. We are more on call than any mechanics or anything like that. Like, we are the ones who can be called via Discordian and are expected to hop in regardless of what time it is.
I would like to put an argument in here for just, if I wanted to at some point in my life retire and buy the average costed house in the city and buy an average costed car, I would have to be in the city, clocked in for 80 hours.
For your current salary?
For the current salary. 80 hours of being in the
What
city.
What are you comparing that to?
I'm just saying that I agree with the whole, like, you know, getting paid while you're getting fucking shit-faced at the beach is not the best idea, but our current salary and the rules we have put against us in the DA's office not being able to take other jobs, stuff like that. If I want to retire and, you know, buy my own car, buy my own home, I'm kind of screwed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, stuff
This
is pretty
job
expensive.
Doesn't put anything on my future at that.
Yeah, I will rely on that. You do have a point there, especially with the DA's office. I do agree with you about Verdin with the pay decreases. I think those might be better, rather than change. Although, with the judges, at least, and with the DAs, we are only in city when we are either doing DA work or when we are just puttering around. We cannot work other jobs. I don't know about you for the judges, but I'm pretty sure it's similar, at least. So for us, we're unable to work other jobs, but then again, we have no way of other going private. My concern is that, and I know this seems fucking selfish, sorry, excuse my language, but I personally, I would like to see private lawyers in the city. It would be more interesting to see people having the option of shopping around and choosing, you know? Whereas currently it's just, you gotta sign a PD and that's your only option, you know? You can't choose your PD, you can't choose an optional lawyer. It's just, whereas with and I understand this might need a bit more refinement, but I will relent on the point that with us, as Lucius mentioned, it does take us like 80 hours to earn anything, and yeah.
So I have a question for you, District Attorney. How long do you think it would be for you to collect 400 paychecks in real time?
400 paychecks?
Yeah.
1 second, let me do that math.
It's a lot of paychecks.
I'm doing some math, and I would like to know that your thing on that, and I'll tell you why that number's a number.
My math's way wrong. Hold on.
I have the math if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Based on average time being in the city.
Well,
I would
listen,
say this would be approximately excluding trials. Excluding trials. Let's say we're just working on cases. There's nothing's moving to trial.
Yep.
I would say about 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
If you include trials into that, I would say approximately 1.5 months.
So, District Attorney, for the math that I was speaking about, Chester, you're hot micing a lot. For the math I'm talking about, I went and looked at a house in Great Ocean Highway, and I think it was like 600K or something crazy. That's 400 paychecks to afford that.
Okay, yeah, I see your
It's
point
really hard to like think about it because, you know, $1,500 is a lot, and it feels wrong to literally be sitting on a beach and getting that. But you got to put in perspective of like we're not really someone who's really grinding. At least I'm not doing that anymore. I got my car because, you know, I wasn't getting paid enough. But like if you want to get a house, you want to get some cars and stuff like that. I spent 120 grand on a single car, and my money's still fucked. Right? So like really need to put in perspective of, you know, when we're on salary, like we don't get these like, you know, you grind for 2 hours and you get like, you know, a bunch of money. It's like, nah, it's consistent, right? The best thing you can do is buy truckers.
Yeah, I mean,
I currently have $27,000, and
I see, like, I
buying
do
food
side
helps.
hustles. I do side hustles on the side, right? So like I just bought a beautiful mechanic shop up north, um, because I've been doing like side hustles and stuff like that. But doing the public defender stuff pays good money, you know.
Yeah, maybe there's something to be said about like being able to get paid from one job while actively double dipping when you're not actually available.
That should be a no-go. I'm a firm believer if you're going to make money by other means, like for example me, I don't do other things. I don't go and work another job or anything like that. I am available at all times as a public defender. Hell, I have been laying in bed and
Me too.
flown into the city at like 1 o'clock in the morning because someone needed a fucking public defender.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna be double dipping and making money elsewhere, you should not be on the clock as a PD.
I would like to add that as Vanderbilt, I've chosen to change my family name into a career in the DOJ. This is my career. I'm not going to be getting a second job. I work this full time. I work this overtime. I'm available 24/7.
You're not allowed to have a second job.
You gotta see it. You gotta see it at this. You gotta see it at this stuff.
Hold on, Cheddar. Let him talk.
And I'm speaking for the DA's office, not for the public defenders. That could be a completely different story. But this is my career here. I can't just, even if permitted to, I'm not going to pick up a job as, say, garbage delivery man. No.
I mean, you gotta see it. You gotta see it like this. I mean, if you need some extra cash in your pocket to keep the wife happy and keep the family happy, you gotta do what you gotta do to make a living. You know.
I can't even afford a wife, and I think my job should allow that. I think my job should allow me being engaged.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's.
Cheddar.
What do you mean? I was talking.
He was talking.
No, you cut him off multiple times.
It's alright.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like I was saying, I'm not speaking as a public defender. I'm not a public defender. The rules for you guys may be different, or maybe they should be different. But for myself, I mean, this is a career we're talking about. If I want to raise a family on this paycheck, on this salary, my God.
So Cheddar, I have a question for you.
Vanderbilt.
Cheddar.
Hold on, time out. Let me hear this. Yep.
So right now you are
all right.
You have the opportunity to work on someone's car while having your job set as as a public defender, or do you need to have it swapped?
You need it. So right now I have 2 jobs in my menu. I have public defender and I have Polito mechanic boss.
Yep.
So say I wanted to work on cars, I'd be on Polito mechanic. I'd do that until I get a public defender call. And then I'd rotate like that. So I'd make someone walk to the shop while I do public defending, and then basically once that's over, I'd just stick to public defending until I stop getting calls. You know.
A mechanic isn't salaried, right?
No, not at all.
But do you get any money from like the menu? Like,
we get $100 every 20 minutes. And we get $100, but I'm the owner, so I'm getting money from people getting. I'm not even getting money. The business is getting money. You know, I'm just the owner. You know, so say someone buys say someone does like a chassis, like a $700 chassis. The money's going to the business, not even me. So I'm getting like $100 every 15 minutes.
Question: are we all under different jobs within the DOJ?
I think so.
So if these two are permitted to have other jobs, own equity in companies, blah 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 blah, and we are not, could the two of us, could our office see like and this might sound insane, a 5x pay increase?
Holy goodness, you're asking for a lot there.
I actually understand where you're coming from there.
Yeah.
Because technically, like the public defenders can diversify, judges can't, and ADAs, DAs, and prosecutors cannot because they need to stay impartial about certain things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes a point, actually.
I want to be made to a point where if a mafia boss comes to me and offers me $1 million, it's an offer I can refuse.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Would also say is that it comes back to, again, I know how this sounds, but there needs to be a reason for people to want to go private.
Yes, I think that's another
So
conversation.
the issue
I wanted
with
to
going
address that.
private is the moment you go private, you don't get the walk-ins to MRPD anymore. Those go to public defenders. You have to reach out to people or be reached out to when you go private. And this goes back to what Verdin was saying earlier, trying to rush things too quickly. Because we're just now getting the ball rolling. If all of a sudden, like, all right, now these public defenders that were good at their jobs are now private, you can't just, oh, I'm at MRPD, I need a lawyer anymore. You have to fucking reach out to them in character.
You gotta be
and-
retained in person.
Yeah.
I think public defenders have a great place in the city because if I'm let's say, for instance, Lucius gets arrested. Oh no, Lucius did something bad, right?
Then
I
Lucius
want-
loses his job.
Exactly. I want the best of the best lawyer. I'm not asking for any ragtag. You may have a lawyer if you cannot afford one will be appointed by the state. You can afford one, and I will be getting the best. Boom, public defender. I'm paying
I
you
have a,
$650,000 to save my ass.
I have an answer to your question, DA. Just your hot micing still. If you could press the button again, or
It's cheddar.
oh, he just does voice
Oh.
activation.
I'm sorry, what?
I said your hot
Turn
micing.
off voice activation.
What is that?
Where you
Put
know
it on push to talk.
you don't have to press
Oh,
the
it
button
is.
to talk.
It is
I
on.
can hear
It
you
does.
rustling your trousers.
It is on. It
Give
is
me
on
your
push to-
britches.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
So DA, I have an answer to your concern. So the concern is that there is the incentive doesn't feel that great to switch off of public defender to lawyer, right? So
Right.
my thing on this is that if you're going to be retained, that means they're going to have to pay you pretty fucking a lot, right, to be able to retain you. There's a whole thing about, lawyers costing an arm and a leg and fucking taking your kidneys and all that. And I feel like people, if they want a good lawyer, would do that instead of, like having a public defender and kind of like going for the lottery, right? So if there's anybody who is bad, let's say, God forbid, but if there's anybody who's a worse off or less knowledgeable public defender, and they could just respond to it and get it, right? And then that's it, right? Like obviously they can say I want another lawyer or whatever, but like they actually have the agency if they request one, and they're gonna front that bill. It's like, hey, here's my right. I want to be paid better than what I was just making, and you're incentivized to do it because I'm one of the best lawyers, right?
All right, yeah.
$1 for Harvey Dent and $100 for Harvey Specter. I'm taking Harvey Specter.
Yeah, I will.
Yes,
I will
sir.
relent on that. I will agree on that. So that is my two biggest concerns resolved with the
They're
DA
valid concerns.
possibly getting a pay increase, and with the appeal for going private being just charge a boatload. And I think you really resolved most of my stuff, except I do have a few more things. But I'll
As long as
open
I'm
the
in a
floor.
position where I
All
can't
right.
be persuaded to do anything bad.
That's why we bought you a car and a house, Lucius.
What
I'm gonna
is
make
it
a
you wanna
comment
say,
on this.
Kane?
I'm gonna make a comment on this as well. Just as a private lawyer, there's nothing stopping you from saying, "Hey, I want a 10% cut of this case if we win." And if you win a $1 million lawsuit, that is $100,000 in a few hours, right? Which is nowhere near what you're making. Also, yeah, I definitely think a pay increase for the DA's office as well as the judges, since we are stuck to what we have.
Yes.
Is
Mind you, that's
possible.
not in writing, by the way.
It's not.
It's in writing for us. It's in writing for us.
Yeah,
but-
but you
So
wrote it,
I
right?
would-
A
Yeah, I
5
did
times
wrote it,
increase is
but it still
also
applies
insane.
to myself.
I would
Mm-hmm.
almost argue a not as sizable of one, but a small pay increase to PDs as well.
But
you guys can
Considering
work second
how
jobs.
available we have to be.
I still do think.
If
Yeah.
I see something at like midnight, I could be in bed trying to get some sleep and have work early, and I will fly in for 10-20 minutes to take care of it.
Currently,
So
as it sits, the PDs make how much?
1,200. We
Yeah.
make the
1,200,
same
that's
as
under $5,000 per hour. Which, if you do any other job, you're making an average of 3 times that. I would say that even PDs should have somewhat of a bump, even if they can do other things. Because
I can go run construction, make 10 times this in like 15 minutes.
And the other thing I noticed is me and Lucius, this even with our limits, we only make $50 more than them, and they can work as many jobs as they like, which is
yeah.
I would say a sizable pay increase to all of us. Obviously, with DAs and judges being like 2 to 3 times more than PDs, if not more, because of like y'all pointed out, we can take other jobs, y'all can't. But it has to like everyone needs a pay increase because right now, like I think I have been in the city a fair amount since we talked last, Verdin, the last court case, and I have made probably 50 grand
We would
in
all like
7
Lamborghinis,
days.
please.
7 days is how long it took to make
I
that
can
much.
make
if
that.
not
I can
more.
make that in 20 minutes.
If you see Arthur Kane rummaging through the trash as a garbage collector, driving a Toyota Corolla, what does that paint the DOJ as?
So
That paints the DOJ
honestly,
as shit.
in my opinion, I feel like if we're gonna go down this pay rise thing, which is already a hard argument to bargain, let's make that known. It's not my control to give you guys more money. It's not. It's Supreme Court, and I'd have to make a pretty good case to say so.
Get
right?
me into a courtroom with that Supreme
Let me
Court,
finish.
and I will argue.
Let me finish.
Sure.
So I think the only way I'd see us getting pay rises as a whole, because I think that's the only way it's fair, is everyone gets a little bump, just for the availability we're doing and all that, is that we don't allow PDs to pursue other ventures either. And while it's unfair, especially to you, Chester, as you've literally just become an owner of the mechanic thing, I think that it doesn't need to make sense to me to mean in fairness of everybody here, because we're all still under the DOJ umbrella technically. Like that's where all the money comes from at the moment, even though it's Ether. So like I'm concerned that let's say we get a $300 pay rise across the board, and like you guys, the public defenders, can still do the outside thing. Like you guys are just gonna be rolling down a hill as a snowball, and we'll just be here because we can't do outside investments.
So I agree with that, and that would be another that would take care of the not having incentives to go private. Because right now, for Chester, for example, the only way for him to keep his business would be to go private. For me, if I wanted to open up a business, the only way for me to do that would be to go private and not be working for the state anymore, but doing it privately. And that takes care of the DA's issue as well as gives us all a sizable pay increase. And I think that would make everyone happy.
I kind of disagree on that. Because what if like just say I had someone, what if I had just someone running my shop? Just while I'm doing all my public defending and stuff like that.
You're still
I could always have I could always have another hand of running the shop,
The point of the matter is, if the judge goes about it the way you mentioned, you legally would not be able to be a public defender and own any business or work for any business. Whether you have someone doing it for you or not, you cannot own it, you cannot work for it, you can't have your hands in it whatsoever.
So then what would I do?
You go private.
You would go private. Exactly what I said. I don't know if
Oh,
it
yeah, you're
just
right,
went
you're
over
right,
your
you're
head or.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, all right.
This will
well,
probably be something that'll be discussed by
yeah.
myself and Verdin, as well as the Supreme Court, just to kind of finalize this thing. But it'll be something we'll look into. Is there anything else that anyone else would like to bring up?
Yeah,
We do
most
need to keep
important
moving
matter,
on.
because we have 14 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta get changed. So look what I'm wearing. I gotta change my underwear.
Okay, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Okay. I just have stuff that's very quickly to hammer out, and we can stop if there's any concerns. Personally, it would be nice to have a requirement for DA inputs on warrants and then judge involvement for the final say. I'm sure that's already
had
been
it discussed.
Perfect.
Coming soon, eventually.
Possibly MDT access for judges and district attorneys.
Already been discussed.
Oh, perfect. Written down codified information on Title II regarding the case laws we ignore and our preferred
Already
circuit
been
court of
discussed.
appeals. Perfect. A list of defined CDS, so it actually says what is a CDS.
That's
and
fine.
not
Haven't
just
been discussed.
perfect.
Will be.
This one's kind of less so an actual policy and more just a suggestion to save people time. A list of standardized phrasing for out of city. So like SCOTUS, that's we all know what that is. Bar terminal is the purple thing. Court filings is private DOJ.
Buzzwords suck, but maybe
Okay,
we'll talk about it.
maybe.
Discussed.
Okay. Increase of all fines by 10 times. I imagine already been discussed.
Yes.
Access for DOJ members to make private threads, so that because currently anyone can access those in purple.
Doesn't need to be discussed because we can handle it in city. It's just we haven't
Roger
learned how
that.
to use it yet.
Those
Okay.
threads should only be used by judges, as you should come to a judge if you're opening up a case.
Okay. This one has already been solved because my Lucius told me. Codification, we already discussed that.
Yep.
Possibly a boss menu for the DA's office, but already been discussed personally.
No idea if that's even possible. Because
it is in a way. It would require some changes.
Not up to us.
Yeah.
Last one's already been done, and then I have a massive list of statutes that I'll probably just send one of the judges to look
Yeah,
at.
feel free to send that to us. And then we can take a look at it. Once we figure out if we can change laws or not.
Send it in the DOJ channel so everyone can see it.
Yeah, that's true. Just give common access to everyone and people can take a look at it.
If someone was knocking, you can come in.
One thing for me before I fly.
Verdin, you
out
get
and
to
swap
finish up
eyes.
things. I'm going to go talk to these guys. Yeah. Gentlemen, come with me. You can meet in my chambers.
Hour.
Lawsuits against
Right now it's
the
mine.
police department. Who is defending those?
Say again. Lawsuits against the police department.
Yes,
Whoever
who's
the police
defending them?
department retains. So I don't think I don't know.
That's another incentive to go private because if the police department's getting sued, I'm sure Adkins knows like no one's gonna take a lawsuit to them unless they have a solid case. How I've
Yeah.
worked, I've made settlements with Adkins.
I would
going on
imagine
twice now.
whoever gets retained by law enforcement will be making a good fucking amount of money.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming. We discussed a lot. I need to work out and go the fuck to sleep because I've been up since 1 a.m. Yes, Lucius.
Fix your sleep. Number one.
I got.
Yep.
Number two. Whenever that discussion happens about my pay, involve me.
He's a Vanderbilt.
I'm a fucking Vanderbilt.
It would be nice if we could get as many of us involved as we could, because that's.
I feel like
it
just
might
one-
happen
within reason.
over the course of a meeting on the Discordian, or maybe just pleading with them in the DOJ channel.
I almost feel like the best solution that doesn't create that problem where actually no, never mind. But I feel like varying the salaries a bit more would be nicer because as mentioned previously, they're very close. How much do you make?
15.
1,500? Yeah, they make 1,200, we make 1,250.
Yeah.
We get like no pay difference and we're got way more restrictions.
Personally, I believe it should be
restrictions.
Okay, well, to be
3,000.
fair, you can't.
Reasonable.
They're very.
Reasonable.
They
So-
should have been. They should have been established a long time ago.
I want to know
both
how
in my opinion.
a judge is making the same as like a higher up in the police department.
Higher ups in police
know.
departments make 1,500.
That's really low.
Yeah.
It's their main form of income. They shouldn't.
As public defenders and DAs, we make just about the same as a regular police officer.
What I'm hearing is police officers should also
Yeah.
get a pay increase.
I think the pay should be like
Mr.
3 to
Yes,
5.
Verdin, go to bed.
If you don't mind,
It's-
can I have a conversation with you in here?
It,
I made some very bad decisions, and
Why don't you sit to my right? I'll sit in this chair.
yeah.
To my left, to my right.
Yeah, so I made some very bad decisions. I just wanted to say I want to apologize. You yelled at me earlier.
Why did I yell at you?
Because my voice box was a little too loud, and I
Mhm.
said that's a lot of numbers
Yes.
in the courtroom.
Do you remember what
uh,
I said when everyone was fucking around?
Yeah, I understand, but my voice box was a little too loud, and I forgot to lower it. Like I didn't mean it at all when I was saying it out loud like that. I didn't mean that at all. I
So
was like, oh, that's a lot of numbers, and then you're just louder.
yes, the reason why I yelled and well, it may
No, I
perceived as
completely
yelled.
understand. I
It
was being
it
a
was it was
jack.
not. I was not yelling. I was raising my voice. Okay, it's not out of anger. It's out of doing the stuff in my station. Anyway, so just make sure that in future when you're in a courtroom, specifically my courtroom, that you have your voice box fixed to where when you're talking
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
I can't hear you.
hmm
Okay.
I was hoping I could get that expunged though. Is there any way? Because they gave me
No, that stuff just happened and you did do wrong. Period. But it's just content. It's not a huge deal. What I will say is further mistakes from a legal side will have job consequences. It doesn't have it now because it's just a contender thing, but if it continues to happen, it'll be
I don't want that
problematic.
all on my record though, you know, because then
It is. It is on your record. And there's nothing you can do about it at the very moment. Maybe in, a month or two, we'll see where we're at. If it hasn't happened again and you haven't had any other charges, but this is something on your record as this is something you did today. And I did warn the courtroom to say, I basically said, fuck around, find out. Okay?
Yep.
All right.
I'm a little nervous for tonight too, as well. I don't know. I feel like
It's okay to be nervous. That means you're alive. Good day.
What's going on, Mr. Verdin?
Hello.
Not much. How are you?
Hey, Jardine, real quick.
Yeah,
Could
what's
I
up,
get a
Mr.
moment of your time?
Verdin?
No, I'm all good. I think I ran into the wrong room.
Hey, I heard that you were interested in doing some bailiff stuffs.
Hey, deputy.
Like maybe
Yeah,
I'll
type of
send a
unit.
text to the police officer.
Yeah, me and Bell are
Or I'll send a
gonna
text to
be
Jardine that he's good.
writing up a bailiff SOP and everything, and I'm gonna be running it. And
All right,
are you able to head outside and make sure no one else comes?
I'd love to have some input on that.
Cheddar, I'm gonna
to help
ask
you
you-
guys.
of course,
with that.
once the SOP is complete, we'll be submitting it to Tedson, and Tedson will then submit it to all departments head, including the DOJ, for approval from everyone.
Mm-hmm. And is there any laws you'd like to see different in the city?
The DUI law, we just had an incident. It's only 5 months and $180.
So it's not good enough. DUI, and
I think that should
too
be
low.
much higher.
Like, do you think it should be a felony type thing?
Well, I think it most definitely should be a felony, and I think it should be at least 20 months, with like a $2,000 fine, and possibly, if we take it to a court, a possible license suspension for like a little period of time. Because I just caught one of the mayoral candidates driving under the influence.
Oh,
Mine.
I don't need you to tell me which one because I already know.
Yeah.
Morty.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you have any more, feel free.
I would love to change some of the wildlife hunting laws at some point, but I got to get with my guys and kind of go over everything.
Yeah, if you want to get like a Google Doc on like which ones you'd like to see change, why, documentation on that,
Yeah,
I can get
absolutely.
that shit done. It'll make my job so much easier because the DOJ is getting into full pendulum swing now. So we're working on training documents, SOPs, new laws, fucking mock trials, a bunch of new fucking payment stuff. There's so much shit we're working on right now. We're just trying to make sure that we don't become the yard sale of the past.
Yeah, no, I really hope that you guys.
I think we're doing great so far.
Yeah, no, so far
Act,
I like
active
this
DOJ
DA.
is so cool. You like the DA? DA?
Yeah, I do.
Me
yeah,
too.
He's pretty nice.
Good head on his shoulders.
Good head on his shoulder. He knows what he's talking about. Way better than me.
Well, you're up against it because he's an actual. He's actually doing the stuff IRL.
Oh, really? Damn. Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's in Moscow, I believe.
All right,
So,
well,
makes my job a little bit
yeah.
easier.
Yeah, no, that's basically it.
But yeah, I just had a 3-hour meeting. 3 meetings with high command, with the other judge, and just with these guys here.
Oh my god, I saw a mechanic run out of here. What the fuck was he doing?
He's a lawyer.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a PD, this Chester.
Oh.
I charged him with contempt earlier.
Oh, did you?
He fucked around and found out.
Damn.
I ain't taking no fucking prisoners. Alright, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Um,
Man, I wish we weren't so short-staffed and we had some officers here.
Yeah, it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna bring us to the end of the day stream.
Be good to go.
Hey.
Hello?
I think this is Jardine right here.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna bring us to the end of today's stream. I appreciate everyone coming in here and chilling with me for a bit. I really do. Obviously that was as either boring or as interesting you get. If you're interested in law stuff and interesting in what avenue the server goes, you know, it is like an interesting little conversation and stuff. But you know, I think all this stuff's really cool, for sure. I think it really is. And I've always been very happy about, you know, where we're going, right?
Well, technically the law says operating a vehicle, but
I
anyway.
like judges don't search it.
Alright, gentlemen, you guys want in the courthouse?
Alright, see you guys.
Take your pants off, bend over.
Alright, we're gonna go walk to our car, get up on the roof, and we're gonna go,
This is going to be fun.
yeah, good luck. I'm gonna go work and go to sleep. But yeah, I'm just gonna go find a quick spot to thing. But yeah, that was a great stream. I'm very happy about how everything worked out. There's obviously a lot of work to be done, like a lot of actual work to be done. And hopefully I'll find a time in my busy RP stuff to actually be able to do it.
Fuck.
But yeah, let's just get over here. I tried my best to keep it as entertaining as possible. I don't know if I've achieved that, but I do hope you guys enjoyed the conversations at the very least. Was my car stolen? That or despawned? Let me just check. If it's stolen, it's stolen. Yeah, it's in. Who overseeing my thing? It is, Sam. Arthur Kane. That's who overseeing your thing. It's not me. I'm going to sleep. But once I do my shit that I gotta do, so I got a busy day still. But yeah, it's been nuts, guys. It's been nuts, and this roof is terrible. I hate this roof. Ooh. I like this roof. All right. Anyway, have a good rest of your evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you stay safe, and until next time, guys. Have a good one.